Recording in progress.
Welcome to a special Tree Advisory Committee meeting, City of Petaluma. And I'll call to roll call, please.
Ewing. Present. Racusin.
Here.
Obeid. Present. Formby.
Here.
Cover.
Here.
McCurley. Berticelli.
Here.
Thank you. Is your mic on, Sherry Formby?
I'm sorry. We received presentation and discuss the draft City of Petaluma blueprint for carbon neutrality and consider providing committee feedback. Do we have a presentation?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tree Advisory Committee members. My name is Heather Berwitz. I'm Senior Planner, and I am here today to share with you our presentation on the blueprint for carbon neutrality. And, okay. I just need to get it to share my screen. And here we go. Okay. Why not? Or do I need the subtitles? It's asking me. I'll just leave on. Okay.
I think you're fine.
Okay. So the blueprint has been an ongoing process, and it is a unique combination of technical analysis and also input from different members of the community. It's involved working with the Climate Action Commission and also inviting public feedback. So we recently had released the draft of the plan. So it actually was a couple years in the making with the input of the CAC. And then a draft of the plan was released to the public on October 2nd. And through that comment period, we received over 900 comments that we're currently going through. We've also been visiting with the various CCBs. So PBAC has reviewed this, parks, it's the recreation, parks, and music, I think or I've got that mixed up, but we've visited with them, and we'll be visiting with Transit tomorrow to present and receive feedback. This will also go to Planning Commission for recommendation before it goes to City Council, and we're hopeful they'll be adopted sometime in late spring, hopefully April, May. So, oops, it didn't go, and then it went too many. Okay, so what is a blueprint for carbon neutrality? And as you're aware, there is a climate emergency framework that was put into place, and there was a very bold action that Petaluma has committed to, which is carbon neutrality by the year 2030. The blueprint refines that vision and provides specific strategies and actions towards meeting that goal. And it does incorporate a lot of new practices. It calls for additional work, and it is intended to be a short-range plan that would be enacted within 10 years. Now, there's two pieces. Normally, you'll hear the typical lingo is a CAP, climate adaptation, climate action and adaptation plan. We've actually separated those. So climate adaptation is being incorporated into the general plan. And so the adaptation measures will be in there. The blueprint for carbon neutrality is specifically about reducing the amount of greenhouse gas emissions from Petaluma. And so it's a method of, it's how do we actually reduce our greenhouse gas emissions? And that's what we're looking at in this plan. And I already went through the process. So the community emissions profile that was used as a starting point here is the 2018 greenhouse gas emissions profile. And we'll talk about you'll see this a lot of phrasing when we look at, we talk about carbon, the MTCOE. So metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And the reason we say that is because more gases are greenhouse gases beyond carbon dioxide, but by putting them all into an equivalent, we can actually put them into one metric. So when we talk about how do you reduce these, we have one metric that we're using. And so the emissions profile is that, again, it's 472,422 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and 67% of that is from on-road transportation, followed by 24% with energy, and that really makes up the bulk of it. There's solid waste, water is very minimal, and then off-road transportation is very small as well. So when we look at, okay, how do we get there? And what will happen if we continue on different pathways? So there's 4 different scenarios that we're going to talk about. Business as usual means we don't do anything. We just cruise along the way we've been cruising along as time continues. Adjusted business as usual is what would Petaluma's emissions be without us not necessarily doing something different, but using the adopted state policies, but no local policy change. So just relying on state adopted policies. Now, ambitious climate action is what this plan is. And it's ambitious action that looks at how we can do the most to reduce climate or carbon emissions. The what does it take model is the how do you get it to zero? Because there's a lot of different factors that come into the blueprint when you talk about how do you reduce it. When you think about things like the fact that 67% of emissions are based on transportation, that requires that citizens and individuals are taking action. Same thing with energy. So there's only it does recognize in the plan that there's only a certain amount that's within the control of the city. So it also recognizes that it needs partnerships to achieve those goals. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So the inventory, again, it starts with 2018, and this is projected if we just, nothing changes, greenhouse gas emissions continue to go up. Just relying on state policy does actually reduce emissions, but as you can see, not very much and nowhere near the goal that is anticipated. What this plan lays out is this yellow line, which has a significant ambitious reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. The what does it take scenario is something that we would like to see, but given the available technology and the things that are outside of the city's control, it is extremely challenging to get there. So what do these represent? So there's different areas of the plan, and building efficiency and decarbonization. So how do you actually take both new structures and existing structures and decarbonize them, increase their efficiency, remove reliance from natural gas? And ambitious action would reduce by 40%. The what does it take scenario would be and where does that get us to? And then what does it take scenario to 85% of all buildings. So it's 40% of all buildings for ambitious climate action. To get us toward that goal, the 85% of all buildings would have to be decarbonized. And electric vehicles, this is the same for both. And I'm actually still waiting to hear back from our consultant why that's like that. But 25% of vehicles being electrified would move in that direction. And again, I think this slide might have, there's something not right about it. So I apologize that that's there. Mode share, the percent, so this would be transitioning 50% of all trips to be non-auto modes. So, taking people out of their cars and transitioning them to bicycles or transit. And it does still have an emissions gap from being carbon neutral. Ambitious action does still leave a pretty significant gap, and the what does it take scenario can get much closer. Okay, so the plan is broken out into different sectors, and then each sector, there's a certain number of action plans and strategies that address different elements. So there's clean energy, buildings, transportation and land use, resource consumption, water, sequestration and natural systems, and municipal operations. And you can see in this table here, it shows what the number of action plans are, the number of city actions in each of those action plans, and then also partnership actions. Again, this plan recognizes that the city can't just regulate its way to carbon neutrality. There has to be a partnership. And you'll see the number of cornerstone actions too. And the plan identifies 22 cornerstone actions that have the highest capacity to reduce emissions. Now, the Climate Action Commission is providing us feedback that they have some alternative cornerstone actions that they would like us to include. And so we're going through that process right now. Just want to acknowledge that. Okay. And so this gives a little bit more of a breakdown. So again, you see those same sectors, and then it shows what each of the different action plans are. So for example, if you look in sequestration, you'll see there's urban forestry, open space management, climate smart working lands, and city landscape management. And I don't want to take for granted that I'm talking to the Tree Advisory Committee, but in case anybody is unfamiliar with sequestration, the idea of sequestration means that you are sequestering carbon by planting trees and other types of vegetation that have the capacity to pull carbon out of the atmosphere and create oxygen. So in case anybody needed that definition. So the reduction potential is rated on this. So you'll see that, changing existing buildings and electrifying taking them from natural gas and electrifying them and making them more efficient is one of the, highest gains. Again, vehicle electrification and mobility is one of the highest gains. Those are areas where you have really significant amounts of reductions with those actions. However, there isn't always a matchup between the costs. And so we also have to look at, how do you actually implement these? And it's noted that electrifying and making existing buildings more efficient is one of the higher cost items, and most difficult because most of those we don't know. So there's also, energy purchasing though, where that has a really significant benefit. The cost of actual energy purchasing is lower, but has that higher benefit. So again, the purpose of this chart is to kind of just categorize based on, okay, we looked at this slide where you see what is the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the slide where it tells us what the cost of that is. So now, again, I mentioned that there's cornerstone actions. There's 22 cornerstone actions that were identified in the plan. And so they all vary, there's cornerstone actions from different sectors. Specifically sequestration, I've brought this forward to kind of share with you because it does look at things that are specifically within the purview of the tree committee. It's worth noting too, that this plan includes things that the city is already doing. So, we are looking at a revised tree preservation ordinance that's already in action. And that's why we expect it to be completed by the 2025, which is January 1, 2025. And so, in addition to that, there's a desire to do an revised urban forest plan with detailed implementation strategy, and a comprehensive land management and maintenance procedures for city properties that center on regenerative management. So that's pretty much the plan in a nutshell. And we'll go ahead and stop sharing. Okay. I know that was quick, but I know that you've hopefully had time to look at the plan. And if you want, I thought I would just kind of give you the overview so that you could ask questions and provide feedback.
Thank you. I think we'll open it up for feedback and then questions, and we'll start to my left this time with Mary Ann. Marion, can you turn your microphone on, please?
I'm still working my way through some of the report, and I do have some notes. I'm only up to like page 81 so far, but I was going to kind of just put everything together into an email, and when I get through everything, and then send all of my comments at once, if that works.
Yeah, that works. Bill?
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess a kind of a general question on compliance and like what's a sort of general expectation for forcing the stakeholders to comply, and then I guess some other questions around the trees and what there's some measurements that we might have, some like percentages we're trying to hit, carbon sequestration data, figures. Is any of that? Did I miss that in the report? It's been a while since I read it.
Thanks. Then I'll continue this. I think that just comments generally. Well, I understand how the city functions. It seems several of the ideas a little far off, especially the garden management 2027. It seems to me like there could be, especially within Park and Rec, there could be some management practices that could be implemented almost immediately. It's not like we're reinventing the wheel here. I mean, those practices are being used in many places, and it's really just a cut in place and a teaching opportunity. Good preservation, tree planting programs, and city maintenance practices are all easily brought up to current standards. Like I said, immediately, and this could be done aggressively, partnering with Cool Petaluma Daily Acts and Relief. The sequestration part of the revised TPO needs to include a plan for aggressive tree planting on municipal and private property to 2025 for the release date. I understand that, January 1st. That's good. Municipal operations, I think trees should be included as part of capital improvement plan. I think the trees should also be included as infrastructure upgrades. Revised urban forest plan 2026. Again, I understand how things move, but it just seems, it seems like we're in a climate emergency, and these dates that are a year or 2 or 3 out. Well, I understand it. It leaves me feeling like it doesn't feel like much of an emergency. Sequestration, again, comprehensive land management and plan and maintenance. I'll go back in 2027. Just seems like a long way off. Percent of its annual community GHG emissions. I was surprised to see, well, not surprised, but it was interesting to see the 67%. And I would say that an aggressive street tree program is needed to both preserve and enhance coverage. And again, that could be something that's immediate. I mean, just driving over here, it's on C Street between 5th and 6th, you know, there's 2 sycamores that were reduced by probably 75% last summer. There's a house on the corner of B and 6th, which has no overhead lines and has great big things, and the crepe myrtles in there are pruned down to less than 6 feet tall. They're just, it just shouldn't happen. And I think these things are still going to happen if we're waiting until 2026, 2027. What's going to be left by then? And this is something that's been increasing over the last couple of years. And then how much of the 67% of those gas is due to landscape tools? So again, you know, it's not just in city parks that I'm seeing blowers, gas blowers, and gas mowers. It's the homeowners. So I mean, every 7 days a week, all you hear are blowers and mowers, and again, an aggressive education outreach. Again, maybe partnering with Cool Petaluma Daily Action Relief can bring that up and at least educate people. Municipal codes, total municipal GHG emissions by sector. I wonder what the totals are. The 67% are from two-stroke gasoline blowers and mowers. Again, carbon monoxide VOCs and nitrogen oxides emitted from these engines are thought to contribute around 5% of the nation's air pollution. Additionally, operation of these engines for 1 hour releases about the same amount of pollution quantities as 11 new automobiles running for 1 hour. I'd also heard, this was 20 years ago, that a half an hour of a blower is equal to driving an SUV 100 miles. And to think about, you know, every daylight hour, those things are going off. So, and again, I was interested in the graphs there, the landscape management being a low-cost, sort of low-hanging fruit at a low cost. And I think that graph was for city, but also, you know, what if you include private in that as well? Does that cost benefit and that the sequestration numbers go down? The new building strategy, building action plan, I think a tree canopy landscape mandates, maybe we require 60% California native plantings in all new landscapes. Existing building strategy, same as above, but also equity funding for landscape and also education. Traffic and street standards, I didn't see any mention of updated street standards, especially the encouragement of bioswales and water retention. Permeable surfaces were appropriate, lane reduction for major arteries, increased right-of-way tree coverage for all streets. And are there any strategies for Public Works to reduce the amount of concrete and asphalt used in trail and road projects? I bring up Lynch Creek, which had a lovely gravel path, and now it's concrete and curbs. And I know that concrete is one of the most carbon-intensive utilities on the planet. I think if it was brought up to ADA, I think that if Chrissy Field has this lovely, lovely trail, and it's not concrete. And then permeable paving, increased water retention and air circulation for new and existing right-of-way trees. And I love the local food system and grocery strategy. Certainly, you all know why. But natural systems and sequestration action plan, emergency action needed. Tree removal and pruning guidelines need to be made clear immediately, as too many trees are being removed without consequence, and pruning is much, much too aggressive. Removing two-stroke engines from maintenance teams needs to be a higher priority. And community education program for both garden professionals and home gardeners should be a top priority. And number 8 in that, establish a fund, the citywide street maintenance and tree planting program. Yes, I think that's great. Partnership and engagement, Arbor Day agreed. We should use the data to educate about tree care native species, benefits especially. And then as far as model landscapes, I brought that stuck out at me, and I think that the city should prioritize existing parks as model landscapes, and that would mean that we aggressively seek funding for new and trained professional gardeners, which I think the city is sorely lacking in, but I'm sure it's all a budget thing too. Open space management, travel strategy, I'll look forward to hearing more about this. And city landscape management action plan, again, reduce the amount of mowing in city parks by educating maintenance and staff residents incurring turf management solutions. It was brought up to me a place to play community park in West 3rd Street in Santa Rosa, where they mow their soccer fields and then leave all the grass around the edges to grow into become whatever it wants to become. And this is a practice that I see in Great Britain and I see in East Coast parks, and I know that the city is, especially Park and Rec, is very resistant to even having a conversation about it. So those were my thoughts on this, and I'll turn it over to Taryn. Thank you.
Excellent comments. Thank you. First, I laid mine out by just a couple questions, and then I have general comments and some specific comments. Not super lengthy, but my first question is, how did you all get a hold of this carbon blueprint? I don't see it linked up on the agenda, and the last I saw was a version presented to the Climate Action Commission. That was, I don't know, roughly 6 weeks ago, and looks like I completely missed an opportunity with looking at this item. So that's a question, please.
Are you asking me? I'm happy to answer. So it should have been sent out to the committee, but it is the same plan. We have not made any changes since the last version that was released to the public. We're still collecting feedback.
So the last version that was presented to the Climate Action Commission like 6 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, a little question.
Taryn, I'll go ahead and answer too. It's available and it's attached on the agenda online. It was sent out by Catherine in the packet, and it was again sent out by me. So you should have, if you haven't received it, I'm happy to get you a copy. Just email me directly and I'll attach and send it to you.
So is what you send us different than what's linked up on the agenda? Because I've asked that question before and I've heard they're identical, so I didn't even look at what you sent.
Yeah, it's identical. It should be.
So it's not on the agenda for today's meeting, just so you know.
Okay, I thought it was there.
That's okay.
The blueprint? Okay, but I can get you a copy, so just email me. I'm happy to get it for you.
I've seen the one from 6 weeks ago, but thank you. That's great. Okay, here's a clarifying question. In your presentation, you mentioned urban forest plan, and I'm familiar with something that's more than a plan. It's the urban forestry management plan, and I'm wondering, is that two different things?
I don't think so. I can confirm, but I think it's the urban forest management plan is what we're referring to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the total chart you had for the greenhouse gas emissions, can you just point me to where or if things like all of our consumption of like disposable products is represented? Is that something that's included in that pie chart?
So there is a whole element to resource to consumption, and are they in the pie chart? That's a really good question. I'll need to look that up. If you want to, I can look it up if you have another additional question.
Well, thank you. That's just basic curiosity. You don't have to look it up right now because that's a bit outside of the tree committee's view, but I was just trying to understand it. Thank you. So thanks for that offer. Okay. For when we, for that same, just so I understand it, for the table where you have what our goal is for reducing it, I think that's slide number, I don't know. But you have ambitious climate action, and then you have what does it take column. I'm just wondering, did you come up with those numbers based on a city, like a big city like San Francisco, or a regular city, or something that's a category for Petaluma, which I've always understood it to be suburban/rural? Because I do see that the goals for mode sharing seem a little bit ambitious.
It is all very ambitious. I mean, and that's part of so Heather and I will do our best to answer questions on like some of the background and how did you come up with that. We weren't the ones who put it together. It was Ramey. So we're trying to represent the best we can, but that's if there's like detail, we can try to circle back. But it is all very ambitious. So what Ramey tried to do in coming up with those scenarios was to look at, what's Petaluma already doing? So just keep doing what you're doing. What's come from the state or we're anticipating from the state? Let's try this next level. And it still didn't get us there. So that's where they ended up at what does it take? So they had this direction from Petaluma, carbon neutrality by 2030. So they kind of kept creating scenarios and it wasn't getting us there and it wasn't getting us there. And so then they started playing with numbers like, well, what does it actually take? So yes, it is very ambitious. I don't know if they looked at it through, like you said, the suburban kind of typology. So that would be something good. We can ask them. We did get a response just for clarifying that one slide that showed EV is 25% and 25%. And what they were saying is what changed there was the mode shift. So those two really work together. So if it was 50, I think one was 25% EV and 50% mode shift, and the other one was 25 and 75 or something like that. And saying those two are really working together. So it could be more EV and a little less mode shift, that those are kind of like flux together. And so it matters less like exactly the percentage in EV or mode shift, but more of that flux between them. Basically, recognizing that it's probably not realistic to go beyond a 75% mode shift if we're even going to get there. But part of that is also coming from the transportation and the building sectors being such the drivers of our GHG emissions. So really recognizing that those are the things we really need to attack and make shifts. And that shows kind of how big the transportation is, that we need to make that type of a shift in order to get us where we're trying to get to.
Okay, thank you. And one clarifying question maybe you can help me with, or Cindy can. I'm just trying to understand the Brown Act. And if we provide our notes to you, that's great. But it kind of seems to me a little bit like legislation behind closed doors. Should we be also sending it or posting it onto YouTube or something so that the public can see it?
Well, we are compiling all of the comments. So for instance, there has been, when they come from an individual, they're an individual comment, right? So it's like Roger forwarded me his comments in advance. So those are Roger's comments. They're not the tree advisory comments, because you're not laying out everybody's comments and saying, I disagree with that one, but I like that one, and coming up with like a list that you all are kind of saying these represent us as a committee. So they're individual.
So as long as it's individual, it's okay for
yes,
us to send you.
Right. And members of the public are sending us their comments. We had an online forum. We took comments at a community open house we had when we first kicked this off. So that's the difference, is they would be individual comments, not the representative of the entire committee.
Okay, thank you. So now I can just roll through my comments. I have it all typed up too, but I'll just mention it because I found, Howard, your reciting of your comments really was helpful for me to think through some of this stuff. Okay, general comments. I thought it'd be good if we formalize our TAC comments by sending in the notes. Okay, great. I think it's clearer for staff and for the Climate Action Commission. In terms of carbon neutrality, I think for the calculation of that, or our concept of carbon neutrality, I urge the city, I think we must include or account for the offshoring of our carbon emissions, which happens in countries where all the new electric stuff and batteries are being manufactured, like lithium, like countries like China for the manufacturing, which are just an absolute mess. And they're excluded, my understanding is, from some of the carbon sorts of, whatever you call that, the World Economic Forum or the UN or whatever it is. So I think if we're going to be good citizens for carbon neutrality, we also look to not offshore it. I'd also like to urge us to look at the life cycle carbon costs if we're not already doing that for all this new electric stuff that we buy, like stoves and batteries, and where do they go afterwards? How much does it cost to take care of that? We're looking at that with artificial turf, and the afterlife is just an absolute nightmare. Include hiring an urban forestry manager. I think that's included somewhere else, perhaps in another policy document, but I'd like to see it specified, since so many things are specified in the carbon blueprint. Kind of put that in there, a placeholder for that. When are we going to get staff that can be responsible for our urban forestry management plan? Add to the carbon blueprint, quote unquote, protection and promotion of soil health, quote unquote, because the total tree ecosystem includes soil health, especially soil health, because that's critical for carbon sequestration. Require soil health monitoring for all city and development green spans. So where there's, a park, a regenerative thing, landscaping, we want to make sure that open land is sucking carbon. And that will give us a boost, I think, if we account for that, getting to carbon neutrality. I think we should ban artificial turf because that's a large scale, large area soil killer, and it absolutely removes whatever the acreage is of a playing field from the ability of that land to be open and to sequester carbon. And even if if for some reason that artificial turf got removed and nothing was replacing it, that soil's dead and it's not going to be sequestering any carbon. Include a carbon sequestration value scheme or calculation for soil health, also include it for tree health, and I'll send in the calculation resources that I've found. Per the point that Heather made of climate smart working lands, do implement a ban of all artificial turf for all play fields and all city land. I know the Climate Action Commission was on board with this. I do think we should also, like the city of Millbrae just passed an ordinance on this. It specifically says when they will plan to extend the ban to private land, so that they give the private land a little bit of ease, not an immediate transition or financial hardship, but it's in the plan. Next point, fully staff and hire for open parks maintenance staff positions, which have chronically been open over the last number of years. We need to onboard people that are good with gardening, that are on staff, that understand soil health, etc., understand perhaps how to trim and prune and maintain trees. Next point, add dredging along the flood wall. It's never been dredged. And with the current storms, you're going to see a lot of silt was dumped in from Washington Creek into the river. And with a shallower river, that just increases the risk of flooding, especially per climate change and sea level rise. That is a tidal segment of the river. So if we want to get the flood risk down, we actually need to include plans to dredge along that flood wall. Okay, let's see. I think that, with the numbers that you had in your staff report, I only have comments for number 2, make this a city trees, street trees, and private trees canopy map via the licensed satellite data that's available. And then we can leverage the total citywide canopy data to support the urban forestry management plan per a comprehensive city and street tree monitoring program, which best practice cities do, so that they're always on top of, what's going on out there. And then also is background information data for any permits that come into Public Works once we have the new ordinance. They'll be wanting to see what's there, what the context is for what's there, and to have that canopy map as a tool for staff will be really helpful and very efficient. And then point number 3, add growth of tree canopy. Right now it just says an ordinance that prioritizes tree protection, but I think we discussed before adding a secondary goal, which is growth of our overall tree canopy. For your point number 7, 2 comments, please. Please specify this, that it's not just an urban forest plan, it's an urban forestry management program. And then the second thing would be include the tree advisory committee. You list a lot of things that you want to develop with community organizations, but there's no mention of the tree advisory committee. I know tonight there's a relief presentation on trees to be planted at Lynch Creek and some other places. I hadn't heard of that, and I wondered why it wasn't brought before the tree committee, because we do have value to add. And I think that adding the tree committee would be helpful. My final point here is number 12, no offsetting. Offsettings are a scam. It's a shell game, and it just offsets or it presents a huge loophole for some other community, for our community, and really obfuscates our ability to measure, calculate, and ensure that we are truly getting to our carbon neutrality goals. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have an answer for you on the on your question about resource consumption. And so I just wanted to respond. So the chart that I showed does not include the resource consumption because those are direct emissions, and resource consumption is considered indirect. So it's actually a separate chart that was not in the presentation, but I'm happy to make sure that you can find it because it's in an appendix. But there are actions in the plan that are addressing reducing greenhouse gas emissions from resource consumption. So it is considered in there.
That's terrific. I hope we get credit for it. Things like, no single-use plastic things and stuff, that we should get some credit for making changes along those lines. But thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. Go ahead, Darren.
Thank you. And I'll keep my comments relatively brief just because I got to see this at PBAC, and I don't know if Planning Commission is going to see it again. So I'm going to have 3 bites at the apple. I just want to point out that overall, when looking at this document, we have to think about how this harmonizes with the general plan and the other supporting plans like the UFMP, the Active Transportation Plan. I'm curious kind of how those will sit together. I think there's challenges when it comes to specificity of this plan and how much it defers to say we will do this in X plan that will kind of expand on that. And I actually like that tact rather than this being too prescriptive, because then I think it preempts or circumvents some of those other processes. And I'm going to give some examples in transportation and land use really quickly that I think we're kind of jumping before our zoning code and jumping before our general plan land use and kind of mandating a path forward that I think really should be deferred to those processes. So getting right into that, I'm on page 53 and 54 of the numbered pages. It's actually 59 and 60 of PDF pages. This is transportation and land use coordination. One that stuck out to me, City Implementation Strategy 1.E, references basically implementing an ordinance along the lines of what SB 10 allows. I would hesitate to kind of prescribe that at this point. I think the jury is a little still out on SB 10. I get how it fits with the tenor of what this document is promoting in terms of more efficient land use and things of that nature. I think there are stories out of San Diego about SB 10 kind of having negative impacts on neighborhoods, and I think there's some public sentiment against that. So rather than kind of mandating it here and having the appearance that we're not allowing that kind of decision to work through the general plan or our zoning code, to maybe not reference something as specifically, or maybe add a qualifier before that to lighten the language. I've referenced that a couple times in my notes. Like, could we put explore the potentials, or which I think people on the climate committee may say, well, we want more teeth and we want this to be stronger. I kind of the opinion that, again, because this has to talk with so many other documents, I don't necessarily want this to dictate what our zoning code will look like before our zoning code is generated. I think it can put a preference in a direction, but I don't think it should seem like it's kind of prescribing a direction. And then we jump to city implementation, the same pages. City implementation 3.a talks about forming a 15-minute neighborhood working group. Just curious what that working group would look like, what they would do besides promoting policies to support 15-minute neighborhoods, which are talked about broadly throughout the carbon neutrality plan. So that was kind of a question mark I had. City implementation item 4, the zoning code says it will be updated until 2028. If I'm not conflating terms, and that is the IZO, I was hoping we could have that timeline a little sooner. I know the general plan has to finish first, then the IZO. I understand that timeline, but anything we can do to move that up, because again, we're talking about a lot of things that will wind up in the zoning code. So it'd be nice to kind of have that process start in parallel to a lot of this. And then city implementation 4.c, again, I just put in there explore increases. This talks about mandating increases in density. And I think we need to say something in there, and let me check my work here, because I think we need to say something in there about exploring rather than seeming like we're being overly prescriptive in this document, and to avoid being repetitive. Yeah, consider incentives like density bonus. And so I just want to, again, have that softened a little bit to defer some of that final decision making or policy making to the actual general plan and zoning code documents. And then the natural systems and sequestration action plan, that's kind of the focus of tree committee. I was actually surprised that a lot of the things I was concerned wouldn't be in there did show up. I want to kind of do a ditto to Howard and Taryn's comments about the specificity, and I have a lot of notes that I'm going to send in again along with my PBAC notes. But I think in general, this is on pages 79 and 80, which are 85 and 86 of the PDF pages. City implementation item 10, carbon sequestration capacity. Again, I think we should move that up. Right now, it talks about calculating our baseline carbon sequestration in 2027. I would love to see that moved up to 26 and done along with the UFMP. I know we have a budget for that. It may be outside the scope of that, but if there's any way we could harmonize those efforts and maybe put something in there about revising that, there will be elements of an urban forestry management plan that are revised year on year. I think our sequestration calculation should be one of those things, because I think generally when we talk about carbon neutrality, there's kind of the emission side of the equation. And then there's, again, the sequestration, which I often think of as the actual cycling capacity, our biological capacity to cycle that carbon back into the environment. And I think that's the area that people on this committee want to see really made more robust. And I think a big part of that is calculating what is our baseline. So I think without that calculation, we're kind of missing one big part of this carbon neutrality formula. So I want to see what we can do to move that timeline up and make sure that, and I'm sure Ramey has all the tools available, but that this is kind of as robust a calculation as we can do that includes some of those additional impacts of the rhizosphere, right? The surrounding soil microorganisms in the root networks of trees, what we can do to try to capture that given our current tree count in the city, which will be counted as part of the UFMP. So I think they go together really well. And then yes, city implementation item 12 about offsets. I think credits and offsets are kind of going through a big critique at the moment. And I think, we want to not try to rely on that as one of our strategies. I think there's so many other good strategies in there to focus on. An idea that I know Ben Anderson put forward, it might have been baked in there, or this might have been kind of deferred to the UFMP, but a tree bank that the city generates using fees collected from ordinance enforcement. And I don't know how that would show up in language here, but like a city approved, maybe you say native tree bank or approved street tree bank or something that would just add to the promotion efforts of getting folks to plant more trees if they could go and get the right kind of tree, not necessarily an ornamental pear, but maybe a sycamore. And if the city was able to fund a bank like that, I think that would go a long way. That was kind of a great idea. I thought Ben had mentioned at a prior meeting. And then I wondered if it was worth putting in there anything about building city staff capacity and or partnering with a third-party arborist, which is kind of our model right now, to implement our urban forestry strategy. Again, that might be something it's just in the UFMP. We don't have to get lost in the weeds here, but it does seem like we're getting into some detail here. So I think it's worth putting in writing that the city, again, maybe you qualify it, say we're exploring how to build out staff capacity to assist with the implementation of urban forestry. Because I think where this plan really has its strength, I know I'm saying, hey, don't make this kind of the end all policy document that's kind of dictating future documents. But I think as a document to source legitimacy from future budgets and future city projects, I think it really helps to put in there, hey, we're going to build staff capacity. So then if Cindy or another department needs to go get budget to add staff to implement the strategy, it's in this, and that we can kind of source legitimacy from this document there. And then across the board, I think soil health education initiatives, which actually were mentioned throughout, which made me very happy. I saw a couple places where that was mentioned. I think we could have timelines moved up on all of those. Like I said about carbon sequestration or that cycling capacity side of the equation, I think there should be a big focus there. I think it's something that really, I think so much of the current legislative framework is already tailoring or lowering emissions that we could do a lot to kind of move timelines up when it comes to soil health and things like that. Things like that. And then I wondered if it would be worth adding a recognition of the importance of soil microorganisms and fungi. Soil microorganisms might have been mentioned when it talks about soil health, but I think putting that language in there about fungi, because we talk about the importance of trees, I think we can append on the soil microorganisms and fungi they support, something like that, or that they are in symbiosis with. Language kind of matters, and I think right now fungi, many people here might know, California just passed an assembly bill to name a state mushroom for California, had a lot of language in there about the importance of fungi, and I think a lot of municipalities are going to be moving in that direction to actually explicitly state, look, where these organisms are in our legislation, we don't know exactly how this is going to show up aside, from promoting general soil health, but I think it's worth mentioning them or starting to, like we do trees. So yeah, those are my notes. I'll send more detailed write-up. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren.
Can I just, one clarification, zoning code will happen before 2028. So we'll correct that. We're looking at 2025, 2026, like to have it start in tandem with the general plan and be ready for adoption shortly after. We don't want to start it once the general plan is adopted. We want to be in lockstep with it, so it comes shortly after.
I had a feeling, and knowing it was going before planning, I was like, Blake's going to say something about it.
Yeah. I'm. Thank you for calling that out. That's something I would have been all over, but I must have missed that reference. So,
Thank you. Everly?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of comments, but so big part of the our way of getting to our goals is reducing transportation costs and electrifying homes. And I ran a cool block and got a up close and personal look at the obstacles. My block had renters. It had when I was trying to get people to join, it had a lot of apathy and people on fixed income. So and old houses. So how these are all the obstacles where people don't have the money to put in EV chargers or buy electric cars or remodel their homes. But getting back to trees, I can think of some achievable things that we could do. There was something in there about lowering people's water bills if they agree to plant trees. So I think that's something that we could do. Hopefully in the general plan, we'll have a permanent urban forestry department so that some of the burdens will be off of residents if they choose, so they don't have to prune their own trees. The other thing I thought of that we could do is have a number that people could call at the city if they want. I think Darren mentioned this, if they want help with choosing trees, removing concrete, figuring out how to apply for the water bill reduction, choosing the right tree. So those were some of my thoughts.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? All right, go ahead, Karen.
I have a sense of the importance of this document as it relates to the general plan as a policy document, or because I've analyzed some developments before, and I see that they have to be tied. The EIR references the general plan. So would you mind please clarifying for me what the policy significance or weight is of this carbon blueprint document as an official, supportive policy document to the general plan? Thank you.
So when we first started with the general plan, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan was going to be part of that effort. And it was specific to be action and adaptation. The timeline for the general plan became obvious. It was going to take longer than we had thought, and largely that was because of the modeling for flooding and sea level rise. That ended up taking a lot longer than we had anticipated it taking. Meanwhile, we were declaring carbon neutrality by 2030. So we separated the greenhouse gas aspect of it, the blueprint. So the blueprint is specific on reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with our carbon neutrality goals. Because our carbon neutrality goal was 2030, it was like, we need to be doing this now. We need to not wait until we're done with these other parts. So we kind of decided to separate that, which is why this is out ahead of the adaptation, which we really couldn't fully start on until we had that sea level rise and flooding modeling and as part of the general plan. So that is now going to be wrapped up into the general plan. There is some discussion about maybe that gets wrapped into this document as a later revision. So it actually becomes the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in the future. That's kind of unsure, but that's kind of how we got where we got, why we've got the blueprint out in front, because we wanted to make sure we were doing what we could as soon as we could. As we have discussed, it is ambitious. There's a lot in here. And so, you know, another piece of this is going to have to be the budgeting and prioritization each year to have the resources to do it. This is not, I mean, we could stop everything other than implementation of this, and it's still really ambitious. So it would definitely be, you know, an adopted blueprint of how we're going to get there, but we have to incorporate it into budgeting, prioritization, in order to, so that's going to be a future piece of it each year, is what are we taking on this year? Where's the budget? Where are the resources? How are we going to do it? What are our partners in the community? We've got amazing partners, and a lot of it is that. The education obviously is another component of it. So I don't have like a perfect answer to that question, but we're trying to put out, this is what we have to do, and then how do we implement it on an annual basis with budget, resources, prioritization.
I can understand that. The analogy then is like a blueprint for a huge house, but you can't afford to build it all at once. So, but you know, over the next 10 years, you pretty much want to do as much of it as you can. So every year you reassess and you commit to accomplishing certain things to get you to your goal.
Correct. And, you know, we do so much more these days with grant funding, but you don't know what grant's going to come up. So a grant opportunity comes up and you're like, we said we were going to do this, but here's this opportunity. And so we have to remain a little bit agile and flexible to be able to address to take advantage of the opportunities that come up. So that it will definitely be another piece of it.
Have any more questions? Then
Howard and Chair, if you don't mind, just maybe I'll address a couple things. I think there was just a lot of commentary on the soil health and like timing and, you know, how important that is. And the blueprint's moving forward, but it doesn't mean staff and operations isn't working to move towards things. So at the end of the month, I'm bringing Chip Osborne back from Osborne Organics. He's been out to Petaluma a couple times to do organic turf management. And a hallmark of kind of his process is the soil health, testing it to get park staff trained up, and so that we can pilot organic turf maintenance in a couple of our playing fields. So, there's thought behind it. We've started kind of the practice of switching out of our tools to electric. I had the carb trailer come last year, and I normally report this out to Rec Commission. I guess I haven't brought it to Tree Committee, but testing out different tools from different lines of electric tools to see what we can switch out. So we've started that process. Oh, yeah, it's on. Oh, sorry, it's on. But so there are things that are happening, maybe boots on the ground that you guys just don't get to see all the time. But I'm happy as those things do change, I'll bring it to you so you're aware that we are trying to make change. Like I said, this blueprint is happening, but staff is also working maybe in front of it sometimes because we know that we need change, right? And we're all behind that. The organic turf management is kind of just really exciting for us. Not because the staff didn't know about it, it's just our bandwidth and kind of our resources. And so I just want to make sure the whole team's on the same page so we can move forward together. So that's just really exciting to share with you since it was brought up so much today. But in vehicles too, we're in the budget process now, but I'm requesting a couple of electric mowers to get into our arsenal and take out some of the old John Deere mowers that, and as equipment, like gang mowers, they're just a big mow deck. They haven't made those electric yet. We do hope that we can switch those out, right? So as it comes online, we are kind of trying to walk in front of that. So I just want you to know that we're trying to be in front of this because we know it's not going to happen overnight, and we need to be working on it every day. So there is some thought behind it.
Thank you for that clarification. And I just love saying organic turf management. So. Was that it for a staff comment then? Yeah. Then I would move that we adjourn unless there are no other comments or questions. Oh, committee comments. Sorry. Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'm just curious because I live right next to Lynch Creek and really enjoy walking there in the summertime because the canopy was really, just last year after the big rains last year, really starting to cover you in the sun. And I've been walking it the last few days. I've noticed that so many trees were cut down there. Are you able to tell us what's going on?
I can't, only because we haven't done any work. Parks hasn't done any work along LCT. So I'll have to check in and see if any other city departments have done work along LCT. We've lost some other trees that I don't want to report to you because my heart broke on Monday morning. We lost quite a number of trees in our parks, some older ones. But, storms and things happen. So, no, unfortunately, I don't have any update on that, but I can follow up.
That'd be great because I noticed some trees are in the creek. And I thought, they probably would cut those down so they don't fall over and cause a backup, right? Mm-hmm. But no, those are still standing. It's the ones that are closest to the trail that provide the nice shade for walking that seem to be gone now. And I was kind of wondering, after hearing about Relief, whether they were removing them because they want to make way for new oaks to go in place of where they were?
Not that I'm aware of, no. And Relief doesn't have any plans to remove trees, at least nothing that they've shared with me. So, there's at this point, I haven't heard of any plans.
Thank you. Another question is, I've noticed at Penry Park, some new, it looks like palms, really babies were planted, maybe 3 of them. Are those in fact palm trees?
Yes, there were trees that were planted, and I believe it's the canary palms that were original to the park. So the original layout of that park historically had these trees. So as we lost that last canary palm that was removed by the utility company, the staff went ahead to replace what were the original trees in the park.
Those are they're little miniature palms. They're the same. There's one older one there, if I may. And the tree that PG&E cut down was actually a Washingtonia, there's only two palm trees that are native to California, and there were only 2 in Petaluma that I know of. One's in front of Denny's, and one was in Penry Park, and now it's gone. PG&E cut it down. I was actually thinking I might like to donate one to plant in that park. And
Oh, nice.
could you, I mean, we have a little bit of time. Did you want to comment on some of the trees that came down on Monday?
Sure.
Do you have
we
the
lost,
heart for it?
Absolutely. We lost over at McNair Park, close to the playground, we lost an oak tree there. Up at Oak Hill Park, we lost at least 2 oak trees there, but one was already in decay and was likely going to have to be removed. There was kind of some major issues with that tree. We lost a few trees in Wiseman Park. Those are the ones that the major ones that were older that we had to remove. We also lost a lot of limbs and stuff, but in parks, those were the major losses. But you know, the winds were really high, so I'm actually surprised that we didn't lose more than we did. I think the one in McNair was particularly heartbreaking for me because it was really nice shade canopy close to the playground. So we'll see how that affects that kind of play area for the kids this summer or in the spring, as you know, we see the sun come back out. But this is why we plant, though, because we know that trees have life cycle, number 1, and 2, storms and things will happen, right? So we can't account that if we don't plant trees, it takes time for them to grow. So you don't plant them now, you won't have any trees, right, as we lose them. So we'll continue on with our tree planting plan, and hopefully we'll get to 10,000.
Thanks. And I have one comment. Then I'm glad to hear that Oak and Prince Park is still standing.
It's still alive.
She is dear to my heart. And that brings it makes me, I'll comment on soil health and our existing tree canopy. I mean, it was recommended, 2 or 3 years ago now, that we get compost down in a good 6-inch layer of mulch underneath that oak tree to loosen the compaction of the soil that's likely around it. And I know I brought it up, and I haven't really followed through with it, but it still has yet to happen. And so I think as maybe this committee, we can lend our voice, but also just to improving the soil health around the trees that we do have, especially our heritage trees, that heritage oak at Prince Park. If people on this committee haven't seen it, it's magnificent. I think it's the best tree in this valley. So besides the one behind the library, which is also in trouble. So anyway, thank you. Go ahead, Darren.
I'm just going to give a quick update for Planning Commission because Roger's not here, and some folks may know the Harmony Farm Supply. So that plot of land, 5400 Redwood Highway, at our last meeting had applied for annexation to City of Petaluma. Right now it's mainly the Harmony Farm Supply and Nursery, and then there's like a small retrograde coffee on that site as well. There's an issue with fill and flood capacity of that site. There's about 11,000 cubic yards of fill. We have a no-fill policy as a city, and this had actually come up when it was previously tried to be annexed, and the city council says, unless you remove all that, we're not going to run utilities and add it to the city. That was a much different development application. Right now, they're just proposing, hey, bring us into the city so we get water, basically. The sewer already runs to Pengrove from Petaluma, so a sewer hookup isn't that hard. The water utility would allow them to use that space more completely. And so with the caveat that we want city council to address this fill issue that they had previously kind of disallowed, we thought everything else about it looked good to move forward. So we may be adding another parcel to City of Petaluma.
Thank you. Taryn?
I was going to finish, I'm sorry, on the Lynch Creek. Howard, maybe you can comment on this too, please. The trees that are there, I don't know what they are, birch, and some eucalyptus and others. In one segment closest to, for about 100 yards, as you approach McDowell from the west, the trees are completely engulfed in ivy, such that the ivy vines growing up are several inches in diameter. And my understanding is that's really a health risk to trees. And I was wondering if we have any maintenance, care for the trees, and whether ivy is as big of a problem as I understand it to be. Thank you.
I don't have I have an answer about the ivy, which yes, it is a problem. But it all comes down to budget and maintenance and keeping it out of there. And that I can't comment on. So.
Yeah, I think just on the same topic of health of trees and soil health, and along the lines of also McNear Park losing 2 trees in the last 2 years, really beautiful oaks. I think that those trees have a fair amount of lawn area right along one side, concrete on the other, maybe playground on the third side. So they're challenged. I don't know what the right answer is, but getting more and more expertise on how to preserve those large mature trees with those challenges would be great. They're parks too. The fields serve their purpose as well. So finding the right balance would be great.
Okay, integrated pest management, organic turf management coming up before the Parks Commission on February 21st, 6:30 here. And I think it's the final draft of the IPMP, which City Council made a top 10 priority a year ago, 2 years ago, and now it's being completed, and the community was heavily involved in that. So if you want to comment on whether the golf course gets a blanket exemption for putting down whatever they want, whenever they want, if you want to talk about accountability and making sure that the IPMP coordinator is somebody on staff and is not farmed out to somebody, and that person actually has to become a part of the county. At least the Marin County has a task force where there's accountability held for IPMPs on a county level. Please show up at that meeting and say so. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Recording stopped.
Podium, test 1, 2, test. Yeah, I hear that fine.
Recording in progress.
Regular meeting of the Petaluma Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee for Wednesday, February 7th. Clerk, could you please take roll?
Osselmeyer,
Here.
Bond,
Here.
Camarda,
Here.
Garcia,
Here.
Tar,
Here.
Quint,
Here.
Raquison,
Here.
Earl,
Here.
Barnacle.
Thank you. Moving to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the committee's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the committee, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 15 minutes. If there's any speaker cards, please bring them to the clerk. And clerk, have you received any comments prior to the meeting?
There were 2 public comments received.
Thank you. And do you have any comment cards?
I have not received any comment cards.
Okay, so that closes general public comment. And there are no presentations. So moving to approval of the minutes for January 3rd, 2024. Committee, are there any changes to the minutes? No changes. The meeting minutes will be accepted as is. And now moving to public hearings and matters for consideration. Review and provide feedback on the draft action plan for the active transportation plan. And this will be presented by Bjorn, is that correct? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, and good evening, committee members. Hopefully you all had an opportunity to review the spreadsheet that was published with the agenda last Friday. We're basically just going to go through that in detailed fashion. To give a little bit of context, this is being developed for our active transportation plan, and this is a very crucial part of the plan. This is essentially our to-do list as a city. You know, we obviously have the mapping exercise that's underway. I'd say that and this action plan are the 2 most important elements of the active transportation plan, whereas the map lays out our vision for the specific locations of infrastructure improvements. This action plan touches on anything and everything we need to do in support of all of those infrastructure improvements and in other areas. So with regard to street and trail design, the way with which we identify and prioritize projects, the way we enhance our streets and trails, and then obviously also some of the non-infrastructure pieces, evaluation, education, encouragement, enforcement, and again, all in support of the draft goals that we have developed for this plan. So I will go ahead and share my screen. I do not have a presentation prepared. I'm just going to do this the same way we did with the blueprint. I will share the spreadsheet. Hopefully you can all see it on your monitors. I don't know why that popped. Okay, there we go. And I'll just start at the top here. Again, reminder of our draft vision statement that was developed in collaboration with our vision, goals, and action ad hoc committee, which consists of Marja, Kelly, and Darren, as well as a member of the public, Pete Gang, who is in attendance tonight representing Safe Streets Petaluma. They've done a lot of great work. So we've got the draft vision statement. We developed 4 draft goals in support of that overall vision. The first goal is focused on accomplishing Vision Zero, eliminating severe injuries and deaths among people walking and biking. Although the city's overall Vision Zero goal includes obviously all road users. But because this is the active transportation plan, focusing on bike ped safety, building out our safe and complete network that encourages people of all ages and abilities to travel throughout the city, creating beautiful, inviting, and comfortable streets, sidewalks, and trails that encourage and invite more active transportation, and normalizing and celebrating active transportation through education and encouragement, making it a celebrated part of everyday life. I did not read, I paraphrased those, but that gives a good overall sense of the flavors. So in this spreadsheet, to kind of give you my thoughts on how we will use this. Again, this is a pretty comprehensive list. We have 57 actions listed here. There's several different ways we can organize these. I did my best to check off whether they were in support of one or multiple goals, and then also applied a category. So our bicycle and pedestrian master plan, adopted in 2008, had a similar section. It was, I believe, policies and programs, and it broke up those policies and programs by types of infrastructure. So I believe it had multi-use trails, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes. So I've kind of broken these, tried my best to break these up into categories or large buckets. There is a lot of overlap. Obviously, many of these actions touch on multiple goals and multiple categories, but I did my best to kind of find the overarching categories just for the ease of this group's review. And so there's multiple ways we can organize this data or this information and go through it. And once we have a list, what we will do is collect data on each. So these are really what this will do is give us a game plan and, like I said, a to-do list where we can go through this in a prioritized fashion and monitor our progress each year towards these actions. Some of them will be ongoing actions, things that we just need to do every year. Some will be sort of a pass-fail exercise or incomplete, right? Whether we've actually achieved them. Others will involve monitoring our progress over several years. For example, implementing all of the signal improvements that we wanted, all of our signalized intersections. You know, we have. Yes. You need to change the you need to change my mic. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. I didn't have a mic. Let's see. Do we have a way of? Are you in touch with him? Yeah. All right. We'll see if this works for Alec. All good? Or?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, great. So in some of these, for example, if we're tracking our progress on signalized intersections, say we've completed 20 out of 60 signalized intersections, done the safety improvements that we've outlined, this will be a great way for us to monitor that progress. So we'll add that data in. We will assign completion percentages to each of these, and we will also set target years. And the target years will be a reflection of both this committee's idea or sense of priorities. So I'm looking for that feedback tonight, not only in the content here of the actions, but I'd also love to hear from you which ones you think rise to the top, which ones you would like to see the city focus on first. And obviously those will assign more ambitious target years for. And then also we, as a city, just need to go through the exercise of figuring out how those priorities align with our existing resources or what additional resources we would need in terms of staff capacity or funding to accomplish those. So I'm just looking forward to, again, kind of going through a deep dive on this. This is the only item on our agenda tonight, so we can really roll our sleeves up and hopefully walk out of here feeling really good about this list, and then we'll start collecting data on our end on all of these. And again, this is a really big piece of this is the meat of the active transportation plan. So looking forward to the review. I guess I'll ask the chair if it would be helpful. Would you like me to kind of run through these, or would you like to just open up the questions from the committee.
I think it would be helpful if you sort of, in terms of prioritizing the goals, if you took the lead on maybe going through that and then maybe us having that conversation. I'm not sure if going committee member by committee member, that would be as efficient.
Yeah, or even if each committee member wants to pull out 5 to 10 that you think really rise to the top as top priorities, that would be fine. Yeah, I don't. Very much open to whatever would be most productive for this group. So yeah, I'll kind of go through then in at a high level. This first group, and I apologize to our members in public here. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit more. I've got a couple of feedback comments that we received in advance over here to the right, but I'll just, for the purpose of this, I'll zoom in a little bit more. Yeah.
Hey, Bjorn, as we kind of work through this, what type of feedback or what information can we provide you tonight that would, make this a successful sort of event or a workshop?
So I'm looking for really any and all comments. So whether it's edits to the specific actions or questions about the actions, that's fine. Or if you feel that there's something missing, we'll take that. And if these can be general comments. We don't need to wordsmith each of these, but if you're feeling like something's missing or you're concerned something's missing, call it out, and then we can go through and talk about the individual actions and whether or not we feel that they capture what you're after. And I'll also say, please feel free to submit comments after the meeting, and that goes for both members of the committee and members of the public. We've got some time to develop this, but I figure this is a good first step. So we've got under evaluation, these are the ways that we would monitor overall progress on the active transportation plan. So like I said, we will be monitoring progress on all 57 of these actions, but these first 4 are evaluation focused. An annual report to the committee on our progress towards Vision Zero. So that would include an annual report on all of the severe and fatal collisions that occurred within the previous year, everything that we have done to try to address those. And that's a recommendation that came out of our Vision Zero action, our Vision Zero ad hoc committee. We have
Bjorn, can I
yes.
throw in a comment? Just
yeah.
I don't know, that mix it up. I wanted to add one thing to this, and I just sent in some comments too. I'll do the prioritization, I guess, maybe separately. But one of the things I wanted to underline about the Vision Zero was focusing on the Vision Zero's action plan's progress metrics. Mm-hmm. So just spelling that out very clearly. That's the project that SCTA just received funding from the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, and which I'm leading and starting ASAP. So that's my own personal and work-related kind of goal, is to try to just be able to get all the jurisdictions and other places. I've had some good conversations with some of the performance metrics that are related to like DUI tracking, in terms of enrollment in programs and hospitalization from trauma data that's separate from crash. So we're talking to Memorial Trauma and trying to just get a lot of other information. So it's kind of a active push of really trying to say, yes, Vision Zero is about crashes, but then what are all of the other indicators or progress metrics that can help us reach these goals? So that was kind of my one big comment. I think the other ones kind of can just be shown in my public comment on the email. But
okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, we are happy to lean on SCTA and try to not only be consistent with the way SCTA is approaching addressing Vision Zero, but also all of the great data collection and evaluation that you were analysis that you were doing. Our second evaluation action is just a high-level annual report on our progress toward implementing the active transportation plan. So that would include progress on all of the actions included here, as well as progress on building out the bicycle and pedestrian networks. So that would be, miles complete, miles built, miles out of miles envisioned. Be very easy to, to produce that data once we have finalized maps. Implementing a bike ped count program, and bike ped count programs can be pretty unwieldy or just really time intensive. So what I proposed here is to focus on our crosstown connectors. So you assume that those will be a pretty good proxy for overall active transportation use and growth within the city. The more people are using are walking and biking to get across our freeway, train tracks, and river, the more those modes are growing throughout the city. And it's just easier. We have limited crossing opportunities. So those are catching a lot of the trips. And would definitely like to get some automated counters to assist with that, so we're not doing it manually. And then the fourth action related to evaluation is applying to the League of American Bicyclists Bike Friendly Community Program. And that program itself includes its own list of actions. They give recommendations to each city. So they they evaluate what you are doing, what you could be doing, and give you a report card, and we could use that to inform future efforts. And those are, I've seen in the past, bicycle and pedestrian advisory committees have been pretty involved in submitting those actually compiling and submitting those applications. So that's something that PBAC could certainly consider taking the lead on if it interests you. Next, into the really exciting category, network build out. And this one really checks a lot of the boxes on the goals as far as Vision Zero, completing the network, and just making more beautiful and inviting streets. And that would be reducing vehicle lanes, so implementing lane reductions or conversions on all of our multi-lane roads with lower than necessary vehicle volume. So anything that's carrying fewer than 18,000 vehicles per day, and that's pretty much any multi-lane road in Petaluma except for sections of East Washington, Lakeville, North McDowell. Basically everything else is way under capacity. And so there's a lot of opportunity there to, obviously add protected bike lanes, widen sidewalks, greenery, and crucially, you're reducing, or you're eliminating the multi-threat conflict where someone in the first lane maybe stops for a pedestrian that's crossing, but the person in the next lane over doesn't, which is obviously a very problematic condition. And then the next three will refer to the maps that we are developing. So I've split this out into the near term All Ages and Abilities Bike Network, and then the long term All Ages and Abilities Network. And this will be more clear once we have the maps revised from Fair and Pierce. But what we are proposing is a near term network that is prioritized based on completing sort of a primary grid throughout the city of all ages and abilities bikeways. So think your major crosstown connectors, kind of the arteries of our system. It would be the way I would phrase it. And also looking at what we can actually implement in the near term, what will give us our best bang for the buck when it comes to building out our bike network in a quick fashion, not spending all of our time and effort on those really difficult trail gap closure projects that might require purchasing right of way and doing years of environmental review and design. Let's figure out what we can do quickly and what's going to give us the best overall value to creating mode shift in Petaluma. So that would be the near-term network. So we can, assign a target year there of, I think what would be aligned with what I've seen in the blueprint for carbon neutrality would be 2030 based on what we've seen there. But we can certainly discuss that. And then completing sidewalk gaps on all of our arterials and collector roadways, that'll be mapped, and those sidewalk gaps will be mapped and prioritized. And then I've got separately the long-term network, and that's pretty much everything else. So everything that's left after that primary near-term network, that would include not only the more difficult projects, but also kind of the more local minor connections. And then we move into complete streets design. We've got 2 here, updating the city's complete streets policy to align with the Metropolitan Transportation Commissions. And really what they've done is they've incorporated all the best practices in their new complete streets guidance when it comes to accessibility, all ages and abilities, bikeway design, green infrastructure, even something that they're now addressing. So looking at theirs and making sure ours is aligned with all of the best practices that they've outlined, as well as the National Association of City Transportation Officials, which is pushing the envelope on a lot of this stuff. Related, updating our street standards to incorporate all of those best practices. I think, and we would look to establish standards for both our quick build projects and our permanent kind of concrete long-term projects. So where this would be helpful is right now we don't have something that we can just hand a designer, someone working on a street design project or a developer, and say, hey, here's our standard traffic circle, replicate this. Here's our standard bulb out here. So that's the kind of thing that this would address. And then we move into safe streets, traffic calming, Vision Zero. We've got continuing to implement the Safe Streets Nomination Program, lowering speed limits in accordance with some new state legislation that we'll be rolling that out locally here this spring. Installing traffic calming measures at all rural urban gateways, school zones, and business districts. So that is pretty much in support of the reduced speed limits, but as we all know, signage in itself is not enough. So we also need to create street designs that slow speeds to support those lowered speed limits. Collecting speed data so that we can monitor the progress on those traffic calming improvements. This one is for our police department, aligning traffic enforcement efforts with the behaviors most likely to contribute to severe injuries and deaths. And they really are already doing this, but this adds some teeth to that. Implementing a rapid response program. This is another thing we're really already doing, where we are collaborating closely with our police department every time there's especially a severe or fatal collision, and looking very closely at what we can do to make sure it doesn't happen again in that or other similar locations, and something that we could report on annually with our Vision Zero report. And then lastly, implementing a messaging campaign to raise public awareness around those behaviors that we see leading to severe injuries and deaths, and making sure that we're regularly updating that messaging to reflect the most recent collision trends. Then we move on to intersections and crosswalks, and we've got a bunch of really wonky stuff here. So this is I'll kind of breeze through these, but these 3 are really meant to just different signal treatments we can use to reduce conflicts at our signalized intersections. And I believe all of these were informed in part by the recent Blue Zones Built Environment report and its recommendations. It had some really specific recommendations on signalized intersections. So that was another thing that I reviewed, and that I know Pete was involved with that and put some of those recommendations in here. Implementing AB 413, that's prohibiting parking near intersections and crosswalks. conducting a roundabout assessment and feasibility study, identifying and ranking intersections where roundabouts are recommended, and providing some prioritization. And we can, once we have that, we'll also be looking with each paving project and other capital projects at opportunities to implement roundabouts and traffic circles. And this one actually kind of dates back to a previous effort that PBAC was involved with years ago, where PBAC and city staff were looking closely at all of our uncontrolled crosswalks. So any crosswalk where you don't have a traffic signal or a stop sign, where drivers are expected to yield to pedestrians without some sort of traffic control, and basically inventorying all of them. How many lanes are there? What's the speed limit? What features do we have in place? What type of signage do we have? Do we have flashing beacons or not? Do we have those advanced yield markings or not? And then coming up, not only inventorying, but then coming up with sort of a standard of, depending on the number of lanes and the speed, here are the treatments that we would like to see at each of these uncontrolled crosswalks. Developing a policy identifying criteria for where to install new marked crosswalks. That's something we talk about all the time internally when we're doing paving projects. We're looking at, we have lots of stretches of roadway where you have a very long, quarter mile, half mile stretch without any crosswalks. So what's our criteria for what would we like to see to improve pedestrian circulation? And then we move to sidewalk accessibility. We've got looking at how we can start moving the needle on minor sidewalk repairs, either with additional staff doing it in-house. So when someone reports a trip fall hazard on a sidewalk, instead of just going out and painting it, painting that trip fall hazard and notifying the resident, we look at what we can actually do to mitigate the trip fall hazard without a full repair, and doing that either with additional staff or with an annual capital project. Inventorying and ranking and upgrading all of our curb ramps. That's a huge undertaking in a city like Petaluma, where there just are large swaths of the city that do not have were built without curb ramps, or without curb ramps that meet current ADA standards. So that's a big undertaking and definitely needs to happen in a prioritized fashion. And I think this one we've heard a lot from the ad hoc committee, and we've been hearing it from the public. Let's figure out ways to reduce property owner barriers to making those frontage improvements, not just on sidewalk repairs, but also on adding street trees or beautifying the space in front of their house, adding a curb cut so that the stormwater can infiltrate in a planting strip, for example, a bioswale. We move on to multi-use trails, and a lot of these were informed by the work done by our multi-use trail ad hoc committee last year, upgrading all of our multi-use trail crossings to make them accessible, provide direct crossing so that you're not expected to take a lengthy detour down to the next available crosswalk, and then also continuing to pull out bollards whenever we are looking at these trail access points. And if we feel that there is some sort of vehicle exclusion needed, we'll do it in consistency with what Sonoma County Regional Parks is developing. They're coming up with a sort of a design, a standard design for their trail access points. Installing vandal-proof pedestrian scale lighting on all of our Class 1 multi-use trails, as well as reflective edge lines and center lines. We had a lot of issues with vandalism of our trail lighting. So that's something that we really need to figure out, find a system, find a solution that we don't have to go maintain all the time. Establishing and posting a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's consistent with lots of cities around the Bay Area are kind of using 15 as the default for multi-use trail speed limits. And, it's coming up obviously a lot more with the emergence of electric bikes and scooters. And it's a big issue. It's been a big issue in areas of Marin where you have a lot of sort of stronger road riders using multi-use trails and going at higher speeds. So that's something we've heard from this committee and the public. Developing city standards for our multi-use trails, kind of telling us how wide the trails should be, what types of surfaces. Obviously, with our expansive adobe clay in Petaluma, we've seen a lot of issues with asphalt on our trails, so we're moving towards concrete. And then also looking at all the amenities that are needed on trails. And then again, updating signage for proper trail etiquette, and continually upgrading all of our multi-use trails in a prioritized fashion so that they all eventually meet that standard that we develop. So we've obviously been doing that pretty systematically, going through section by section on the Lynch Creek Trail, getting it upgraded, paving it, doing it in concrete, adding shoulders where possible, and just continuing that work on other trails throughout the city. And lastly, some sort of adopt a trail program, or just figuring out a way to tackle regular litter and graffiti abatement. The graffiti on Lynch Creek Trail lately has been pretty shocking. So we need to get on top of that. And then we move to, there's just a few for bike parking, very specific here, getting bike racks at all city facilities, parks, transit hubs, and on sidewalks throughout the business districts. Obviously, that leaves all of our private property, especially our shopping centers and our grocery stores, unaddressed. So once we get through all of the city, what the city takes care of and owns, then let's start thinking about what we can do to get better bike parking in those existing shopping centers that we can't require them necessarily to update their bike parking, but maybe we can figure out ways to nudge them a little bit, or to incentivize it. Maybe we buy the racks and we have our crew do it. We'll figure it, but we need to figure that out, obviously, because it's a big issue, and it's been a very consistent comment throughout the active transportation plan process, especially at our grocery stores in town that aren't subject to any sort of new approvals that would require them to upgrade their bike parking. And then updating the zoning code really to align with what we've already done in the objective design standards. So the objective design standards, we did a pretty good job, I think, and you all reviewed that, of modernizing our bike parking requirements, and we just need to now get that same language added to our zoning code. Then we move on to operations and maintenance. So we're actually already doing this, trying to figure out how to address sweeping on our protected bike lanes. We know we're going to be building out a lot more of them over the coming years. Our crews had to hand sweep the North McDowell bike lanes recently after all the rain and all the leaves fell. So we either know that we need to purchase a small sweeper, or we need to ask Recology to purchase a small sweeper. They're our city street sweeping contractor, and so we're trying to figure that out as we speak. Updating our encroachment permitting requirements to make sure that all that traffic control you see whenever there's some sort of road work going on, that the signs aren't being placed in the bike lanes or on sidewalks. I'm pretty sure they already do that, but obviously we're not seeing a lot of compliance, so we need to address, obviously be more explicit and figure out how to be really specific about where they place traffic control signage and when it's appropriate to block or close a bike lane or sidewalk. And then creating a pavement condition goal for the city's bike network. So we have a pavement condition index is the city's overall score that we use to measure our pavement quality. There's a score assigned to every single street in Petaluma. And actually, the great news is we just found out that Petaluma's score in the last year went up. I don't know, Ken's online. I think it went up 12 points. And Ken, feel free to butt in if you're listening and you know the exact number. But we can pull out our bike network, and we can set a goal for PCI on our bike network, and we can obviously set that higher than the rest of our city network. I just saw Ken come on camera.
Yeah, so yeah, that was really, really good news. I mean, we've done a lot of work, and Measure U has really helped with it. But also they've gone back and just sort of revisited some of the streets, and it's have upgraded it in a way that's it's got all the QA QC. I feel much better about it. So we're not the worst in the Bay Area. So good news. Good news.
Was it 12 points, Ken, that it went up?
It was. Yeah, that
was
was what the draft. We haven't seen the final, but that's what the draft had indicated. So that'll get announced in April through MTC.
And 12 points, it's on a scale of 0 to 100. So 12 points is pretty significant progress.
It's pretty significant. We've still got poor pavement. That hasn't filled the potholes, but it's a much better. It's just it's more realistic of what our situation is. So thanks for bringing it up. Yep. It is a good thing.
So I think we can see where that pavement condition index comes in for the city as a whole, and then we can set a goal for the on-street bike network. And Santa Rosa did that with their last active transportation plan. I can't remember. I think they set it at 75 for the bike network, which is pretty good for a city in this area where lots of cities are facing the same deferred maintenance issues. This one, shout out to our friend Derek with Safe Streets Petaluma, who requested this one with prioritizing the repair of flashing beacons as critical infrastructure. So if a beacon goes down, it receives the same level of priority from city crews or contractors as we would if a signal went down. Implementing a bicycle and multi-use trail wayfinding signage program. It's obviously been an important one. So sorry, I missed that. We're now into promotion. So wayfinding signage, that is an infrastructure element, but I really do think it serves a critical role of promoting and making people aware of our infrastructure. Encouraging employers, especially the major employers in Petaluma, to become bike-friendly businesses. So similar to the League of American Bicyclists Bike-Friendly Communities program, they have one for businesses where they evaluate how bike-friendly they are based on how they accommodate their employees or customers, and they give them recommendations. Obviously, there's nothing we can do to require them to, but we can certainly encourage them to, and we could, between us and community groups could really celebrate and elevate those businesses that do. Creating a active transportation landing page on the city website, linking to anything and everything related to active transportation, resources, maps, information about plans, information about PBAC meetings, but a centralized place where you could go for all things active transportation. Create and promote printed and web maps. We already have a web map that's available. If you go to cityofpetaluma.org/bike map, that it's an interactive web map with our existing bike network, but we obviously need to continue to enhance and promote that, and it would be nice to create a printed companion map. Creating a city e-bike fleet for use by city employees. That's something we've got underway. We've got 6 e-bikes so far for city employees, but something that we can build out throughout the city's departments. Creating a periodic newsletter that could go out to subscribers that includes information about upcoming events, plans, projects, and that's also a great way to plug our Vision Zero education. And then we move on to capacity building and training. So doing more in-house work with our public works crew with quick build, safe streets elements, using an on-call contract with a contractor who can come in and deliver those same safe streets element projects typically on a larger scale than we would expect our crews to be able to deliver. Implementing or increasing staff capacity to actually implement the active transportation plan. Obviously, there's a lot of work outlined in these 57 items, so we need more people to help get it done. And empowering our staff to complete professional development and trainings, go to conferences, and really just with an emphasis on staying up to date on complete streets design. And that could be green infrastructure, accessibility, bikeway design, you name it. And then becoming a National Association of City Transportation Officials member city, which would unlock some resources for our city staff and also enable us to network with all of the cities that have kind of self-identified as being really eager to rethink and redesign their streets. And then second to last, we've got schools, keep doing all the work we're doing with the Safe Routes Task Force, completing walking audits at all of our K-12 schools, and following those walking audits with quick build projects. And we've actually got a great running list going already of everything that's been identified on our walking audits, and going through and crossing off what we, as we go along, we'll cross off what we've got done, but we'll have a running list of everything that needs to be done around the schools. Seeking full participation in Safe Routes programming from all schools in Petaluma. So as we've heard from our good friend Christina Panza with Safe Routes to School, it's right now their participation in Safe Routes or the school's participation is voluntary. They basically pick from a menu of services that Safe Routes offers, whether it's walk and roll to school days, bike rodeos, bike education. They have a lot of offerings, and not all the schools participate at all. And then those that do participate there's a spectrum, depending on how involved they are. So, that's another area where we could really try to work with the school districts to promote those resources, and hopefully, if we're building that culture, all of our schools are really behind getting Safe Routes programming in their schools. And then lastly, two kind of miscellaneous items, refining our permitting requirements to provide a clear process for community-driven street projects, whether those are open street projects or demonstration projects. So right now we're trying to figure out sort of how our encroachment permit lines up with that. And we'll learn a lot. We actually just got our first encroachment permit for a demonstration project this week, and we're kind of figuring out how to tackle that, or how to fit it within our permitting system. So that's an item. And then also partnering with the Public Art Committee to create a process through which we can start getting street murals incorporated in our roadway projects. All right, that was all 57. Thank you for bearing with me. I will stop here and we can go to questions.
Thank you. That was a very thorough overview. Helpful. You guys did a lot of work. Pamela, can we start with you for questions?
Yeah, I had some questions about the speed reduction and the AB 43, I think it is. You said we were going to roll something out at the city level this spring. What does that look like? And it sounded like you thought we had plenty of streets that would qualify. You listed some roads that wouldn't qualify, McDowell. I don't know if you said Petaluma Boulevard, but I heard you say Washington. So could you give a sense of, what that program can mean to what we're trying to do here? And then I also wanted to ask about, the flashing signs like on D Street where you're being told how fast you're going. Is that working to reduce speeds? I wonder if you had some feedback on that.
So you may be confusing AB 43 and then the lane reductions, because I think I mentioned the streets that exceed the 18,000 vehicles a day threshold for lane reductions, but I can kind of outline the AB 43 what we're able to do there. So previously we had to use speed surveys to justify lowered speed limits. So we would basically, you can set the speed based on the speed at which the 85th percentile 85th percentile speeds. And state legislation was passed last year that now allows us to lower them without speed limits, or without speed studies, excuse me, on streets that meet certain criteria. And those criteria are commercial districts, and they're actually extremely specific. It's got to be a business district where you have active frontages, so the businesses go right up to the sidewalk, and at least 50% of the fronting properties need to be commercial in nature. So they're anyways, downtown meets that criteria. So we can lower our speed limits to 20 miles an hour in our downtown on any street that is less than 2 lanes. So that's everything downtown except for East Washington, or I guess it's Washington in downtown. And then within a certain distance of schools, we can lower to 20 miles an hour. And then there are also going to be what they call safety corridors, where we can lower the speed limit by 5 miles an hour from the current posted speed limit, but they haven't yet defined how we identify those safety corridors. They have until June to give us the guidance on that. So we're going to be going to council this spring, outlining all of this. We're making maps kind of illustrating which streets meet these criteria and where we could lower speed limits. And then council, we're going to ask for a resolution to then lower all of those speed limits. But we'll start with what we know we can do through AB 43, and then we'll come back with the safety corridors. And we're looking at it right now. We're looking at the high injury network that SCTA has already developed, and that's where we would probably focus our efforts for the additional speed reductions.
That sounds great. So as far as Vision Zero, do we have an idea now what data we need to collect to go out there and get these grants and get these other designations? I mean, are those things known to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
SCTA has done a ton of work on data collection already for.
So we can
Vision
program
Zero.
that into the kind of data and the metrics that we're looking for here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the. I did have a question about the bike share program. Does that type of program, whether you want to call it promotional or however we want to talk about it, does it belong in here? You know, to add something about, you know, what else we're doing to make cycling more accessible.
Yeah.
So just a thought.
That's
about
a good. That is a
goal.
That is a great catch. We missed bike share. I'm just going to add sort of a note and shared mobility, and we can, unless you have specific recommendations around how we can further support it. You know, we will be a participant in the Sonoma Marin bike share program. It is coming back. It's back from the dead. They found a new vendor, and they've actually begun talking to the cities again about the rollout of that system and where they would like. We're going to start coordinating on, you know, where we put the stations, and I'll definitely come back to PBAC with an item on that soon. So we are participating in that. Anything that we want to do above and beyond that this would be a great place to outline that. You know, the only thing that comes to mind for me, we don't have a means through which an operator could come into the city right now, and, you know, if they wanted to operate scooters or bikes, other than the forthcoming bike share system, like there aren't any ways for other operators to come in and operate in Petaluma. But it's also, from my vantage point, and when I was at City of Santa Rosa, one of my major projects was writing their whole permitting program for scooter share, and Bird showed up, and they've gone bankrupt, and pretty much everyone in that realm has gone bankrupt. So it's kind of faded away a little bit these last couple of years.
But we may want to think about things like that as we try to designate areas for parking. Like the mayor made a comment about, you know, areas where we might show that, hey, in front of, you know, the new Amy's or at the beginning of a commercial block, we want to reserve some areas, take the, you know, car stripes out, and
Yeah.
maybe make space for things like what we're talking about right now.
And that's something we were already doing. If it would be helpful, we could explicitly call that out, something around bike corrals. I think that's kind of what you're looking for here. It's being a little bit more explicit. We're not just, putting bike racks in our commercial districts. We're doing it in a way that they're, extremely visible and accessible. And it's kind of a statement, right? When you've got that space at the corner where you've got 5 bike racks clustered together. So if you'd like some sort of a statement around bike corrals, we could definitely add one.
Yeah, I think so. And then just on the demonstration projects, I mean, does that include things like events that are sponsored by the Bike Coalition, the Ciclovia, and these kinds of things?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Just wanted to make sure that was included. That's all the questions I have.
I don't have any particular questions in that I was a member of the committee, the ad hoc committee that did this work, but I would like to very much commend Pete and Darren, Kelly, Brian. They were absolutely incredibly helpful and Bjorn, of course, who kind of led the group and steered us in the right directions. But all 5 of us on this committee were pretty actively involved, and hence I made my comments and sent them in. I really have nothing beyond that to say other than congratulations to the group that worked hard to produce this. I very much appreciate all the work that you did. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. I don't think that there's much specifically around connections to transit. It seems like we mentioned bike racks at transit, but I'm wondering if we should have something specific around the last mile, like safe routes to transit through active transportation.
Yeah.
That's one. Food for thought. And does number 50, it sounds like that is meant to say hiring staff is what that is getting at?
Yes.
By capacity? Okay. I just wasn't sure.
And the blueprint has already called out, the blueprint was very specific. They asked for an active transportation planner. That's a position that the city has budgeted for, but has not yet posted. This is vague because I think there's certainly opportunities to add other staff to support implementation, not just the planner, but also additional engineering staff potentially, and even public works crew, adding to our street crew. There's a lot of ways we could kind of support this implementation.
And then for I like number 48, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who on the ad hoc. I don't think it was me, but I don't remember who suggested certain ones. To train public works staff, it would be neat if we could offer similar things for the community. I know we talked a lot about like tactical urbanism program, and it seems like is that the intent of 56 in a way?
Yeah.
Is that kind of the tactical urbanism-ish one?
Yes. So, and this one, I think we'll get like I said, with the first application we just received, we'll get a sense of what some of the roadblocks and challenges are. And we could maybe add some more specificity here, but that's what this is meant to address.
Great. Yeah. It would be nice if there was some training offered for community too. Even if it's just, how do you check out these materials after your application's been approved, and things like that. And then I'm just wondering, I know for Vision Zero priorities, we had a column that indicated who would be involved, and if that is something that might be helpful, if it's public works, if it's police, a consultant, the community, schools. I don't know if that's a rabbit hole you want to go down, but it seemed like it was helpful for Vision Zero when we did that. So,
and sorry, I was just jotting notes. Can you can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm reflecting on the Vision Zero priorities that we selected in that spreadsheet. I know we had a column that talked about who was responsible or would be like a point person. So I wasn't sure if that might be. Public works is obviously going to be big for a lot of this, but there's some police, there's schools. So if that would be helpful to see how much is on Public Works plate versus.
Oh, yeah.
someone's.
That's another point. And I actually have the columns hidden here, but that's another function that I'm planning on using here. We've got columns for lead staff, and that will be, yes. And as you can see, almost all of them are Public Works right now. So that'll be a helpful way. That'll really help inform sort of the prioritization and also show us where we need to add staff. Yeah.
Great. And then thinking about how do we prioritize this work? My initial thought is, okay, we need to build things first, a safe network, and then maybe some community campaigns to so that when people are riding, people that are driving know how to interact better and slow down and all that. But I'm wondering if the city has considered doing kind of a high-low impact, and then like how much of a low or high lift, like that could be based on a cost or grant funding that's maybe available, staff time. I don't know if that lens has been, it's kind of hard to, some of these are apples and oranges to like do that comparison, or maybe that's something that Fair and Peers through their contract with the city could do. But if that could be an interesting way to think about this really long list and start to do some priority. Like I've seen that done in like a kind of a quadrant kind of a thing, or
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Stacy.
Excuse me. No questions, but just maybe two responses to other comments. One about the kind of responsibilities of the Vision Zero. I'd say maybe the progress metrics, for instance. Within the Vision Zero action plan, there's listed out kind of who the key stakeholders are that we should be kind of getting in contact with. And so that can be seen kind of supplemental to the list that Bjorn has here for each of the other ones. So that's also already done. Rabbit hole explored. And then the other one was about the speed reduction, and maybe just a question confirmation from Bjorn. You're familiar with Berkeley's Safe Trek resources that came out? Okay, so that's basically Berkeley put together kind of guide for local jurisdictions on how to reduce speeds, recommendations. At the same time, SCTA had applied for funding through the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant to do that same thing. So now we're looking to basically fill in where the local need is, those jurisdictions. Where does Safe Trek go as far, and then what further needs do you have? So during this process, definitely think that in mind, of what could we maybe bring on a consultant and then apply this countywide, for instance. So
yeah, that's great.
But no other questions. I do have some comments later, though.
So one thing that came to mind for me was, sort of under the veil of promotion, thinking about local businesses and developing, having the city develop incentives for implementing, bike-friendly facilities. So it's one thing to go out and, ask a, landlord to add bike racks or whatever, but there's no really requirement that we can place on them. But if there's a way to incentivize through local property tax breaks or whatever the case may be, but I think that could definitely might be something that would help.
Yeah, I think that's. Do you feel that that number 36 reflects that, or is consistent with what you're proposing? And I realize this one is vague because the reality is I can't tell you right now what we can do exactly or what we should do. That's where it's
no,
a little
actually,
vague,
as I was looking through this, I overlooked that. So
Okay.
I think that actually addresses it.
Okay, Darren.
Yeah, super comprehensive. One question, we talk about staff having an active transportation manager. Would job duties for that person include kind of public liaising, reinforcing the ATP vision on an ongoing basis? Because I imagine as some of this gets implemented, like we saw with D Street, there would be people that said, what are you trying to do? And I would imagine that all falls under the purview of this, yet to be named staff member.
Yeah, so the active transportation planner definitely, this will be the key document for the active transportation planner to kind of use to evaluate the city's progress towards all these actions. It's really, this is the game plan for everything, right? And yeah, the active transportation planner is certainly, I'd say, a key staff member in sort of overseeing its implementation, but there are obviously many other people involved, senior traffic engineer, when it comes to a lot of the operational items, our staff members who oversee our street crew, that's our deputy director of operations. So we'll be able to specify sort of who's in charge of what. We're gonna, like I showed earlier with those columns, we'll assign a lead for each of these items, and then figure out sort of how it fits into their work plan, or if they would need additional support to actually do this work.
And I guess I was thinking kind of on the comm side of things, just communicating this with the public. And maybe this isn't in the purview of being in the plan, but will happen. I'm assuming there'll be a kind of an interface or a website or something that'll communicate a lot of this without people having to get into the document itself. I'm just thinking kind of a touchstone that we can refer people to. Like I said, as projects surface, there'll be inevitable, what are you trying to do? And then you can point people to kind of an easier to read
absolutely.
Interface or something like that. Again, I don't know if that goes in the plan, but just something I couldn't help think about. But other than that, no questions.
Okay, then we will go to public comments. The public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. Clerk, did you receive any comments prior to the meeting?
No, there were no public comments.
Thank you. And I have one card from Pete Gang.
This on? There. Maybe it's just the mood that I'm in. Maybe it's the perilous state of democracy. Maybe it's the weather. But I want to give voice to some feelings that are not that hopeful and enthusiastic. After reading through the document that we just went through, I went back and went through our existing 2008 bike ped plan. And I know that Pam and Marja, among others, had input on it. And it's an excellent plan, 146 pages. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And it strikes me that a lot of what is in this current iteration has been said earlier. And I'm just wondering, kind of from a systems perspective, are we not repeating the same efforts and expecting much grander results? Or to ask it another way, what are we doing? How are we changing the systems within which we operate in order to ensure that these 57 items will actually get comprehensively implemented, and we will eventually see the complete build out of our non-automobile mobility network that we're looking toward? That's my big question. And it's not a criticism or a slam on any committee members, certainly not on Bjorn, because I think the work that has emerged that we're looking at is excellent. It's high level, it's comprehensive, I just want to know, what are we doing differently to ensure that that it will actually bear fruit? Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. And the next comment card is from Emily Sharton.
Hello, Emily Sharton from the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. So thanks very much for this list. I think all of these items are important. Obviously, they all overlap and intersect quite a bit, so it's maybe hard to determine where to start. But I think in terms of priorities, we definitely support building out the network as the top priority. We would even support making that the #1 goal of the plan, because you need a safe network if you're going to achieve any Vision Zero goals or any of the other goals in the plan. So I think to that end, what stand out as action points are the Complete Streets guidance, making sure the city is on board with best practices around the build out. And I would also say the capacity building and training. I think Bjorn mentioned earlier, sort of squaring this plan with available resources. Training and building staff capacity is critical. And I know it's not necessarily the purview of this board, but I think it needs to be emphasized as these discussions continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, so that closes public comment and brings it back to the committee for discussion. Bjorn, at this point, you were mostly looking for us to prioritize, or do you want to organize the way that we want to prioritize by feasibility, or you think just sort of go through it more generally?
Yeah, I think, it's probably not realistic we're not going to rank all 57 items, but
Right.
If you want to, if certain themes, categories, or, like Emily just mentioned, build out of the network and kind of building out staff capacity to build the network and implement this plan as high. So if you want to just stay higher level, that's fine. If there's one that you think you want to call out specifically, or if there are 3 specifically that you think are absolutely critical as high priorities, would love to hear that. And, it was helpful, captured a few things that we felt were missing here in the comments or in your questions. So if anything else comes to mind, flag those. Really just kind of pretty open-ended here. I just want to, again, walk away feeling good about this list, and then we can get to work.
Pamela, could we start with you? Thank you.
So it seems like updating the standards and adopting them should come early in the process. And it seems also to me that a lot of the things that we're going to try to do, we can do concurrently, simultaneously, and things will inform each other. But I liked what was said about creating a kind of a grid to prioritize in terms of the ease of the build out, the low cost, how quickly something can be done, and biggest benefit. Seems like we could have some kind of a grid where we would rank things, and then that would lend itself to the prioritization of the actions. And it would be, I think it's really important what was just said by the public commenter about, we've said these things before, and what's different now? Well, we need to bring resources to this, and I don't know how to marry prioritization of these things plus bring CIP or other public funds here. But it almost seems like that needs to happen somewhere along the line. I don't know if it's exactly here or if that's what City Council does to say, the quick builds, we need $1 million for quick builds every year, whatever the number is going to be. How do we put the dollars, to build the resources, to build the staff capacity to do these things? So that needs to be addressed in my mind. The idea of, I think there's some natural priority that's going to come together here when we look at things like, traffic calming, speed reduction, quick build, doing things that help people get across town, fixing some of the curb ramp issues. Like we had another public commenter who sent in some comments about, You know, gee, look at how hard it is to cross Lakeville. Look how hard it is to go from some of our dedicated bikeways through streets and then back on the bikeway because the curb cuts are not so good. And that's dangerous. That really is dangerous. So to me, that's a priority, you know, building out the network and then looking at how we can do things quickly so people can see progress. I think that's really important. And I really like the idea of lowering the speed limits in the ways we can on the streets we can. So it's like, oh, lower the speed limits. Where can we build out the network? Where can we make it safer? Where can we get more people using those networks sooner? That's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Good.
And I know we probably, you know, except around the river and maybe in the future around Corona and changing any urban growth lines, I don't know how much new construction, new development applications we're going to be seeing. Maybe there's more around the turning basin, et cetera. But it seems like we're not going to have the opportunities that we'd had previously by conditioning new development. So that's, we got to keep our eye on that, but we have to do much more to improve what's there. And and reducing the travel lanes when we can and having the protected bikeways. Those would be my, you know, top 5.
I think and sort of that last comment really gets to the street standards, not just, so when we do have those development projects, you know, the improvements that we are able to require out of the public improvements we're able to require from those developers are really reflecting best practices. And we're already, I can say, you know, Ken and I and others in Public Works are doing our very best to maximize capitalize on those opportunities and get best practices in that certainly exceed our current city standard, our current street standards. But you know, that would address that and also I think help establish some norms for how we are improving our own roads, independent of development projects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's really all I have. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Marcia?
I'm going to take a pass. I'll come back to me later.
I'll just emphasize what I said during questions about building the network probably needs to be up there, if not the very first thing. But I'd be very interested to see a matrix or, you know, something that looks at the impact and if it's feasibility or whatever we're calling it. I don't know if you've connected on this with the Blue Zones team. I know Blue Zones, their built environment policy menu does that kind of mapping of pretty specific things, not just active transportation, but some is active transportation. I don't know if they might be a resource for you, the local team. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm wondering, listening to the comments, if the way that we kind of show priority in this document or at the end, if that's helpful not only for the staff that's using it, but also to show to council, like, this is what this committee really feels like is important. If that is the way were to look at it, I would prioritize adding staff and then implementing traffic calming measures, completing near-term improvements, updating policy and design. And then the next thing I have on here are more things that seem that they could be done now, and getting those sort of checked off to move through this and keep the work going. But I think those would be my priorities and what I would want council and how they view the budget to see our priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Anytime we're talking about additional funding, whether it's for capital projects or for staff, that is all subject to council approval in the annual budgeting process. So the operating budget is what directs kind of staffing resources, and then the capital improvement budget is obviously what identifies specific capital projects and assigns funds to those. So nothing we do in the active transportation can directly lead to those actions, but indirectly they certainly can, and especially when you can point to it as, hey, this was the number one priority in the active transportation plan. Obviously, that lends some weight to these actions. Yeah.
Bjorn, how do we make our voice heard?
I think it'll be very clear once we go through this exercise of what the needs are, and those will be relayed to council, and it'll be packaged in a way in this plan that it'll be easy to communicate those needs to council. So that is up to, it's a city adopted, it'll ultimately be a city adopted plan. Council is going to adopt this plan with a resolution. They'll acknowledge the needs that are outlined in this plan, and then it's really up to them to prioritize and make sure that we are getting the resources we need to get this work done.
Thank you. It's not very heartening that way, but we have no fund. I mean, we have no funds behind us. We have to request funds, and it's difficult. Sometimes we aren't heard, or it's just, we've got so many gaps between us and the council. Certainly we can all chat with every council member we know, every planning commissioner that we know, and we can promote, but when all is said and done, you got to remember where this exists, and you need to remember what priorities we've set. And sometimes you just don't see that. We never see it through.
Well, I'd say council has a lot of things to weigh in a city like Petaluma. There are a lot of competing priorities, and as a city, we're definitely making up for years and years of deferred maintenance, or just even kind of just trying to preserve what we had, and so there wasn't a whole lot of capital expansion, and so there's a backlog not only of maintenance and kind of pent up demand for improvements that people want to see. And so I do not envy council's position trying to weigh all of those needs, but I would say, the current council, they identified safe streets as a top 10 priority in their last priority setting cycle. So I would take that as a sign of, that this council thinks this work is important.
And now to the liaison from Parks and Recreation. We don't even have a master plan in Recreation, Parks, and Music. You guys are on your second. I think this is pretty amazing. I mean, I really do. And whether or not it's getting implemented, it's like fighting tooth and nail to get, anyhow, I'm not going to talk about my issues over at my commission. I agree that the building out of the network is the most important. Staffing's we always need staff. And then the way that I prioritize this, I don't have the experience of all of you here, but do you want me to rattle off some numbers of what I think is important? Okay.
Yeah.
Number 1, number 6, number 7, number 10, number 21, and it needs to actually be enforced, because red paint is great by schools, but parents park in red paint all the time. Number 28, number 37, 38, 41, 42.
Hang on. 28, 37, sorry. Then what?
And I didn't go back and whatever. It's a lot, but whatever. I said 38, 41. Can't read my glasses. 42 and 50. I thought you asked for 10. Didn't you ask for 10 earlier?
I think I've said 3, 5, 10, all at different times. I've just,
okay. All right.
Again, this
Anyhow,
is pretty.
I thought I heard 10. That's why there's so many.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
We could certainly, I could even add these all and put these all in a SurveyMonkey and have you all rank them individually if you really wanted to. Then we get weighted scores for each of them.
That wasn't in an order. That was just.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. So Yeah, I think I'll just save my rankings for. I'm going to need to resubmit the sheet that I just
No problem.
sent earlier. So let's see. I had a few or I guess just maybe a comment on the bicycle and pedestrian count program. We have a great resource to look at the different options that are available and some pricing too. So I'd be happy to coordinate that if that's a helpful discussion to have later. But in terms of additions, let's see. And by the way, great work as well to everybody. I really appreciate you pulling this all together. So the first one I think was one that I mentioned previously, and I'm probably going to keep talking about, but is trying to do some type of citywide ciclovia car-free network where we just set up demonstration projects across the city. And for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, in April or some nice weather month, it's just, that's the way that we invite the whole city to kind of move around for our daily trip. So I think the Safe Streets and Roads for All planning grant shows that there's 4 demonstration projects. This last round was severely undersubscribed, so there's free money out there to do this, at least hopefully in the next round. So in terms of, the bike share, I think it was great to know that, thinking about setting up this system to have vendors come. And I was just, I purchased an electric tricycle, so I'm hopefully going to be cruising around town on that, but thinking of like a bike share for the same idea,
like a bike library,
errands for kids, grocery shopping. What's that?
Like a bike library, almost.
Well, bike library is the way that I understand that. That's kind of a trial. Well, yeah, there's different ways to interpret. Yes, bike library or bike share. Either way, I think.
You're thinking. Are you sorry? Just because, so for example, SCBC has a bike library where you can go if you have a specific trip where, hey, I might need a cargo bike. You can go check out a cargo bike. But it's almost like using a tool library, right? Whereas bike share
would that be free? I guess is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Open to again, this is our plan, right? So if it's a city implemented program, we can kind of figure that out. Or bike share where it's just on demand, it's out on the street, you know where to find it.
Yeah.
So
I say all strategies, yes.
Both. You're saying yes. Okay. But specifically cargo bikes, you're thinking? Or?
Yeah, specifically cargo bikes, and that's being able to do kind of like the errands that cars do, but tricycles or four-wheeled bicycles that aren't technically recognized. But in terms of prioritization for areas, I think I was thinking 2 rows to the top. One was kind of grocery desert areas, so if people need to get in their car they can't walk to the grocery store or what have you, that would be one area. And then just kind of our low income communities of concern, disadvantaged communities areas as well.
Sorry, you said 2 rows to the top. What were you referring to?
Oh, the 2 priority areas to think about where to start bike share kind of tricycle would be one, grocery deserts, and secondly would be kind of low income areas. And Franklin, I think what you were kind of saying about the bike parking in public or in private property, I would add on that it should, again, who knows what's possible, but add on access as well too. I think that's once, between the street and the bike parking in front of the store, how can you make sure there's a safe route to make that connection? And maybe in miscellaneous, similarly, car share permitting, if that's something to look at. So with the goal of being able to get rid of your second car. And if you do need that second car for a longer trip or something like that, there's one that's available in your apartment complex, or even just taking up a on-street parking space or something.
And that's actually a big one that if Councilmember Barnacle were here, I know he would bring up, because he he talked about it a lot in the objective design standard discussion, and when we talked about the blueprint, was some sort of it's a travel demand management ordinance or program for the city that would figuring out ways to basically reduce the need for car ownership, providing better alternatives to car ownership. And that was one where I felt it's not, we can figure out a way to allude to that in this document. It's not, I don't really see it as being under the purview of the active transportation plan, kind of like a parking management plan wouldn't be under the purview of this, but I've made a note, and I'll try to look at other plans and see how they're referencing TDM. It's been identified by our community development department as something that they want to work on. So I'm confident it'll get done. I want to be careful about, we've got plenty of work here. So
yeah, I know. Let's see. And then I think the last edition, I'm not sure if I did my public comment correctly for the blueprint, but I just kind of included all of the recommendations from that recent report, Biking the Goods, that was talking about how North American cities can prepare for and promote large-scale adoption of e-cargo bikes. So there's a lot of great information in there that I would just want to copy over and paste, which I did in the case of the blueprint, but maybe could be done more tactfully, potentially for this purpose.
Yeah, and one that comes to mind there, I know Cool Petaluma has done some promotion. They've done some e-bike. I'm completely blanking on the word, like a fair where they bring vendors in and you can demo e-bikes, and I think they've done it with EVs as well, and I think Sonoma Clean Power does the same. So that could be a way to sort of raise awareness around e-bikes and cargo bikes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had sorry, just as a quick aside, I did have a recent meeting with Sonoma Clean Power and MTC, kind of exploring the idea of being able to do a e-bike library, similar to what Ava Clean Energy is doing for the East Bay. And I think, so there's interest, but everybody's limited by, staff and funding. So something to maybe just keep our eye out for in the future. And then in terms of, I guess I just took circle back to this, I realized I missed a note. In terms of prioritization of the goals and thinking to what Pete's message was of how are we not just replicating what we did in the past. Ideally, I want to say maybe there's more federal funding available, more funding to do these kinds of active transportation, more laws to help, statewide laws to help implement this, but those things, can be fickle, especially the federal funding. But what comes to mind is just kind of like the institutional bones of the department of the city of Petaluma. Like, how do we reinforce those? And I want to say, yes, prioritize the network as well too, but deep down it says we have to work out and build up and have those muscles to be able to implement kind of a robust plan. So I'm going to take another look through that, but that was kind of what I felt was an important prioritization, just thinking through each of the categories, what is one or two that would really emphasize kind of institutional enhancement, I guess, strengthening.
And you're thinking specifically about grant tracking and applications, or
I guess it kind of varies from section to section. But thinking about the zoning code or something like that, that would then have, updating the zoning code would have implications for all projects then, moving forward. Something like, example like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's all my comments.
So I would, echo and support all of the comments that have been made so far. The only thing I would add to that is to probably, give some credence to the promotion. When I sort of look out the landscape today, a lot of the discord in the community that I see is around how bad the biking infrastructure is, and I think that tends to sort of dissuade some people not to bike that otherwise might. And I think we've made some strides. We certainly have a long way to go, but there's a lot of bikeable space in Petaluma. And the more we can promote that, the more I think people will be out on their bikes, and the more support we can build going forward. You know, case in point, you know, if you're at Redwood Highway and McDowell, you know, you can get downtown now pretty safe and easy on a bike. And that wasn't the case a year or two ago. And I think there's a lot of people that aren't aware of that. And, you know, and it's those kinds of wins that if we promote, we'll get more people biking, and that'll just build more support for the plan overall. That's my thought.
Darren?
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. I want to ditto a lot of what was said already, but just thinking of our public commenter, Pete Gang, talking about how functionally do we make this happen. I'm wondering on this table, do we have, just stealing from our annual budget document and what we just saw with the carbon neutrality plan, do we have like a column that says relative expense? You know, on our budget, we have like an actual estimated amount. But even if it was, I think the metric the carbon neutrality plan uses is like $4 signs, $3 signs, you know, something like that as a simple, I know we have a feasibility column, but just general price metric. And then like funding buckets, what funds would these projects pull from? Are there grants potentially? And just kind of making it more tangible, like where would the funds come from? And then I think as part of this prioritization, I don't know if this is something that we could do on an ongoing basis, but, you know, thinking right now we're about to come up on the city council voting on our top 10 priorities. So if there was a kind of an annual ATP implementation, here are our top 10 ATP implementation items, and then this committee could kind of vote and generate those, or however we decide to land on that, whether it's like a online poll or something, and then generate some groundswell to promote that to council. Because I think, and I've gotten the feedback that to really get things implemented, you might need it on that top 10 priorities a couple years in a row. And especially if, you know, some things got accomplished, great. Well, we have a fresh, updated top 10 for the ATP now, and try to carve out a niche on that council priority list every year. I think that's one way to try to push it. So yeah, just thinking about it, those are my ideas on implementation. Otherwise, I don't really have anything to add with the action items as they stand.
Great, thank you. And that was definitely, that's a great comment. We can certainly do that. You know, the idea is this spreadsheet will be a living document where we are able to track progress on each of these, and then yeah, that would be a great exercise to, and it could be an annual work plan, right, for staff and PBAC. We could come up with that together and figure out what we're going to tackle in the year to come. I like that.
Marcia.
Yeah, I'm finally ready to, I guess just like Stacy did, give the numbers of my favorite topics that are listed. Number 5, number 7, number 10 and 12, number 17, 27, number 30, 41, 42, and 55. And aside from that, I agree with what Franklin was saying with the addition of the word safety. If we can make people believe that make it, not just people believe, make it safer, that would get people out as well. Thank you.
Bjorn, is there a timeline that deadline you would like committee members to provide written feedback or any other comments?
I mean, there's a lot to go through here. No deadline. We're going to be, the plan is in full development, so it won't be. You'll probably see the plan in draft form in a couple of months, and even then you could make changes here. But this is helpful because you can imagine how painful this would have been if this was presented as part of the draft plan and we were going through it in this level of detail. So, like I said, this and the map are really the two most crucial elements of the plan. So, anything in the next couple of weeks is totally fine. Appreciate all of your time and attention on this. And that goes for our friends in the public too.
Thank you, and thanks for the ad hoc for all the work on this. It's incredible.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much for to the ad hoc committee again for all of your help.
So moving now to committee comment. During committee comment, members are invited to briefly share updates relevant to this committee, including liaison reports from other city bodies, and make requests for future agenda items. Dialogue between members should be limited to clarifying questions and answers. There will be no public comment on this item. Darren, can we start with you?
Yeah, I'll give a quick update from Planning Commission. On January 23rd, we had a Planning Commission meeting, and our only item was to discuss the application for annexation of the parcel at 5400 Redwood Highway. And this is currently the primary tenants there are the Harmony Nursery and Farm Supply and Retrograde Coffee. They're currently in County of Sonoma. They're within our urban growth boundary, but our city boundary ends at the edge of their parcel. So they applied for annexation. Planning Commission reviewed that application. There was a little bit of a history there where they've previously applied, but they have a lot of fill on site, which our city has a no-fill policy due to flooding concerns specifically in that area. And we kind of passed it and said this should go to City Council with the caveat that they need to make a final decision on this fill issue because they had previously denied an annexation in 2015 for this issue, but it was a much different application. Currently, they're applying to be annexed, to run utilities to the site. Actually, Petaluma runs sewer already to Pengrove, so it's an easy kind of tee off of that to the site, and then run water, and they're not going to build anything or change anything. So it'll be exciting to watch that and see if our current boundary expands. But that's it.
Interesting, thank you. Franklin? Adam?
Yeah, two updates, one from SCTA, one from RCPA. On the SCTA side, just wanted to mention that we're in the process of reevaluating our travel model. The travel model is essentially, did anybody play SimCity as a kid? Am I the only one? Okay, hopefully not. It's basically where you try to create your equivalent of a city, roads and housing and commercial areas. And so the travel model is that for Sonoma County. And so that's one of the things that I help manage at the SCTA. And so we're going to be transitioning to something that's was kind of the more antiquated trip-based model, which is a very simple way of thinking. I go from here to there, and that's one unit of measurement, and that's all. And we kind of like track all these individual trips compared to what the movement is towards something called an activity-based model. And this is actually kind of where SimCity went to also, the game like The Sims, where you're replicating individual little people and they have their daily activities. So this activity-based model is going to be doing that. So those individual little Sims simulating each and every one of us in the whole county, saying what are we doing, who's in our household, what are our trips looking like. And so the reason this is important is because at any time there's a major development project, a general plan update, a specific area plan, is it to understand what the travel impacts are for that area. You have to run the project parameters and say, we're going to put in a giant development here, but there's going to be daycare and there's going to be these other uses. This activity-based model will now be able to kind of utilize that fine scale of saying, what are these uses and the costs associated. And one of the exciting things that we just had a meeting with our consultant today about it, of just thinking about micromobility. And it turns out that San Diego has already kind of pioneered this effort in trying to understand how we add electric bikes to this activity-based model. So it's not just regular, bio bikes, but actually something that gives you more range but lower costs and kind of accounts for those types of difference, and potentially also car share too. So this is something that we'll be implementing over the next few years, but we're just kind of starting to get our feet wet. So it's something exciting to think about for kind of on the horizon. And then the other thing, Bjorn, can I share my screen real quick? I'm not sure if
Do you still have a panelist?
I think I am. I'm going to sneak in and do it. So the other thing that I'm working on right now is a greenhouse gas dashboard for the whole county, and that's on the Regional Climate Protection Authority side, the RCPA. And so it'll be a way to track our greenhouse gas emissions from different sectors, kind of in different years from 1990, 2010. We're working on an update right now to 2022, but this was one of the indicators kind of at the countywide level that, I don't know, is just extremely jarring for me in terms of what our kind of priorities and goals are and how we put that into context in the climate, discussion. But essentially what we're looking at here is a gauge of, where we've been, where we are now, and then where we're trying to achieve. And so the 1990 emissions you can see is at kind of 3.94 million. That's metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So greenhouse gas, kind of standard way of measuring. 2020, we're at 3.04, and then our goal for 2030 is 788. So yeah, that's not far away. And so when thinking about when we're prioritizing projects, and I hate to pick on Maria Drive, but that one comes to mind. It's a lot to ask for people to, give up their car when their economic livelihood supporting their family depends on it. So I feel that wholeheartedly, but I also look at this chart and just realize that this is something that we're being asked to do that we've never had to ask, had to think collectively in such a way and act independently at the same time towards something so challenging. So just wanting to emphasize that the need for that kind of complete street network across Petaluma to really be able to achieve our everyday needs, and thinking about what that would take for a variety of different goals. Vision Zero, cost savings, it's cheaper to buy an electric bike than a car. But yeah, on the climate side, this was just kind of came to mind. So we'll be trying to, in future iterations, probably this summer, we'll be digging into the climate action plans for each city, and then being able to dial down and say, well, where are we at for Petaluma? So that's something to also look for on the horizon. And that's it.
Recreation, Parks, and Music, we met on the 17th, and actually it was a lot of stuff that we've done here. We had our Park to Park update with Safe Streets and Pete, and then we also had the blueprint for carbon neutrality. So we assessed those and gave our feedback for both of those. And then we also talked about the ever-aging pool that is not working. Other than that, that was it.
Just have a question, maybe Bjorn, you can address this in your staff comment on bollard removal, if the Corona Creek, if that's in the queue, and where it might be in the queue. Thanks.
It's in the queue. I don't know where it is, but it's in the queue. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Is there? We can maybe follow up offline if you have specific locations that you'd like to see elevated. Thanks.
Thank you. I attended the SCTA meeting January 23rd at 1:30 at their boardroom in Santa Rosa on January 23rd. And I wanted to report out on the fact that it was passed, correct me if I'm incorrect, but it was passed that the SCTA would purchase automated bicycle and pedestrian counters, which I'm thrilled about because I think we can make use of them. I'm guessing that you can rent them or borrow them at some point in time for a specific project.
Bjorn's a pro at them. But they can, so this is replacing our current, kind of like it's a library. Think of it as a library.
Okay.
Cities can rent these out for free. If needed, we can help implement them and set them up. But ideally, it's kind of the city staff that would be setting it up. But this was just kind of replacing, the other ones we'd purchased, they were at the end of their lifetime.
Well, and the other ones weren't automatic, were they?
It'll be the same automatic in terms of the counting. Yeah, automated counters. They won't be Bluetooth enabled, so you'll still have to go down there to the counter and connect by Wi-Fi. But otherwise, yes, once you get it set up, it'll just count automatically.
Anyway, I thought that was a thrilling thought. And besides that, SCTA is actively involved in the countywide active transportation plan. So it was interesting to hear what they had to say, and they have some of the same quandaries and the same problems that we all seem to have, which makes you feel slightly better, I guess, in a way. You certainly aren't the only one. But anyway, it was a very enjoyable meeting. They decided that they would be meeting every other month, and they elected a new chair, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I like that idea of having a survey monkey to give us an opportunity to look at these goals and prioritize them, and maybe the city would consider putting that out to the public too, in some fashion. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. For staff comment, staff will provide brief updates relevant to this committee. Dialogue between members and staff should be limited to clarifying questions and answers, and there should be no dialogue between members. There will be no public comment on this item.
All right, so regrettably, I do not have my usual presentation. Usually I do that the week of the meeting, and I've been out sick all week. So today's my first day back to work. I was catching up and couldn't put that together, but I'll do my best to give you updates on what we're working on, just starting with some photos. Since we last met, our Public Works crew removed another barrier from the Mackenzie overcrossing behind Target. You can see there was on the left there the before, and then on the right the after. Got rid of that awful gate that made it difficult to navigate that structure with anything, whether it was a walker, wheelchair, bike, push cart. So very, very grateful to our crew for doing a great job there and getting that removed. And then obviously we had the commenter. We had Dan Barry from the leadership committee last month coming and talking about the bike repair stations. We were able to get a couple of those installed. We've got some new bike racks at the Kavanaugh Center, and then the reason I was sharing that on the other side of the Kavanaugh Center on the 8th Street side, we were able to get, we took out the dated bike racks there. They were the wheel, the kind that you can only lock your wheel to, front wheel. So we got our new racks in there, and then we also were able to get nice bike repair station that they donated, and you can see these. They look great. They look a lot like our bike racks. So that's cool to kind of match the galvanized style. They've got a nice little plaque on them acknowledging the Climate Ready campaign and all of the individuals and organizations that contributed to that effort. And then we also, our crew went over and got one installed at the Mary Isaac Center right behind. It's on the back side of the building, but it's where all of their visitors park their bikes, and there were a lot of bikes back there. So hopefully that gets good use. And I'll just actually let's see if I can go back to that picture so I can kind of describe what these. I guess you can't really see it. So you've got a hanger here. That's where you can actually lift up, and, put your bike up hang it up on the stand. There are several long metal cables hanging in the middle section here that are attached to kind of the common bike tools you would need to make adjustments. And then obviously you have the pump on the front. So We'll be putting in. We've ironed out our agreement with Smart as of today. I think it's getting very close. We're going to get one in at their station, and then we've got when the weather improves, we're going to go over to the community center, and we're actually going to take out the wave rack at the community center and then extend that concrete pad, put in a bunch of new bike racks there, and then also add a bike repair station at the community center. So exciting developments there. And then we have lots of upcoming meeting dates, and I'll share them verbally, and then when I have confirmation on some of these, I'll send out an email to PBAC and others. We've got a Safe Routes to School walk audit tomorrow at Petaluma High School tomorrow morning. And then we'll be reporting on that at our next task force meeting, which will be here in council chambers third Thursday. So that'll be the 15th, 4 p.m. Again, it's those task force meetings. We've been focusing on our whatever walk audit precedes it. Last month's task force was focused on our McKinley and Live Oak walk audit, where we looked at both of those school areas. And all of those meeting notes are uploaded to the Safe Routes website. It's been shared in previous staff updates presentations, but I can share it out again. We are also looking at holding a community workshop for our Howard Street paving project give you a kind of a save the date, Tuesday, February 20th, here in council chambers at 6 p.m. And that's that project runs from A Street to West Street. And then we are working on, I think we've got a tentative date of Thursday, the 29th at the community center at 6 p.m. for a open house on our 101 crossings study. So that's I think I've mentioned that too at previous meetings. We're looking at, we're engaging the community and then kind of going through a conceptual planning process for improvements to the Rainier undercrossing for walking and biking, the Lynch Creek Trail crossing at North McDowell, the Mackenzie overcrossing, and then, why am I blanking on? Oh, Corona Road, the Corona Road overcrossing. So looking at all 4 locations, kind of conceptually what we can do and scoping some potential projects at each of those locations. That is tentatively on Thursday, the 29th at 6 p.m. in the community center. Again, I'll follow up and confirm all of these dates and meetings. And for our next meeting with PBAC, I'm planning on bringing basically the same presentation we're going to give here for Howard Street. We'll bring that to you at PBAC. And we are also talking to our Caulfield Bridge consultant about coming and giving a presentation and getting your feedback on bike ped circulation as part of that project. And so not only the bridge design, but also getting to and from the bridge especially on the north side of the river or east side of the river, depending on which compass you're using in Petaluma. I think that's it for me. I'll look to see if Ken has any other updates he would like to share.
Yeah, no, you hit it all, Bjorn. I'll just say, we're trying out some street sweepers tomorrow. We got Rohnert Park and Santa Rosa in there. We've been in touch with San Jose and the city of Alameda to see how they're implementing their Class 4 facilities, implementing the maintenance. And Maria Drive will be starting up here, and and then Smart is going to be improving the crossing on North McDowell. So the Smart project is going to take care of a lot of the hazards that happen around the railroad tracks in that area about North McDowell. So we still got a little bit more construction for the next year, but that's, it's exciting to see that. So we're making progress.
All right. I think that's it from us.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are adjourned at 8:25 p.m.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.